we go!
All right, we're unmuted.
Oh.
Are you in, James?
I got stuck on the loading screen. So...
Well, in the meantime, let's do a new pack for Will to that redeemed.
Try giving it one more launch, and if it doesn't work, then I'll maybe I'll go to restart.
Yeah, it might be one of those weird things that you might have to restart a full computer. Look, it's a white card, which means we might get something special. Green energy, Gossifleur, a Cubone. Gossifleur is a Galar Gen 8, right? Will?
I think so.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Gossifleur is from Galar. Yes.
Yeah. Nimble, that's Paldea. Slowpoke. Do you like guys like Slowpoke tails?
My icon in the trading card game pocket is the Slowpoke.
Mm-hmm. Does that mean you like Slowpoke tails?
I probably want to protect the Slowpokes from having their tails removed, because I always thought that was kind of morbid.
Yeah, and well, they apparently grow back fast enough. If Pokemon card is attached to is damaged by an attack from your opponent's fire Pokemon, it takes 40 less it's a fire type. So if you have it's good for grass type Pokemon. Vikavolt. I need to replay Gen 7 again because some people are defending it nowadays. Azumarill. The reverse holo is Tornadus. And another reverse holo. Gravity Gemstone. What is this? As long as a Pokemon this card, as long as the Pokemon this card is attached to it is in the active spot, retreat cost of both active Pokemon is only 1 energy. Oh, so both people can retreat. That'll be beneficial in a sense. And Klinklang. This was my brother's favorite Gen 5 Pokemon.
I think their names are funny.
Klinklang. Yep. There's Clang and then
In
there's
Japan,
Clank.
they're called Giyaru, Gigiyaru, and Gigiyaru.
Is that supposed to be like Gaga Gigigo, like Yu-Gi-Oh? Because there's like a card.
No, it's like gear, like the word gear being pronounced.
Well, there's like a card set that's called Gigago, Gaga Gigago, and Giga Gaga Gigago. Like that's
It's like a no-tear anime.
Yeah.
Bo.
Love that anime.
Okay, I am in. What even? I don't know what this place
You're
is.
in, but I don't see you.
But I am here.
You might be in a different instance.
Not finding
Need to double check. Yeah. Okay.
I just gotta wait till the end of the month to get another 500
500, 25,000, 600 minutes? I think so.
I don't pay attention to songs.
This is Gen 1 music, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
This is red and blue. Yeah, just a trainer battle. There you are, James. And then let me switch over to the game. Where is it? There it is. There you are. Yay, we're here. Let's try beat Hoth in the next 2 hours. Because my goal is to start Ace Attorney soon after we can do around like 10:30, hopefully.
Yep, we got.
Alright,
We
you
gotta
got a
grab the
group
mission
phone?
from him. We gotta just go.
Alright, we already got it? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Or do you
that
have
was
a
what
group
we did
started,
before
or
we
what?
got off. Was we grabbed it.
Yeah, this is where we started, James.
Right, you're in a group, right?
Oh, right.
Yeah, we're not in a group.
It took so long. I was like, I'm so used to us just already starting it right away, and we waited for so long for James to join it. I was so distracted. If only we can kill anybody innocent in this, like me and James and Chris were doing in Ghost Recon Wildlands. I was a menace to a society, as James calls it. Where's this icon?
What?
I'm curious. Oh, there's an icon right here.
Yeah, where is it again? Oh,
He's right here.
oh right, yeah.
Corporal Luvi.
Yeah, we need to talk to this person because, well, we can get this done since we're here already. Oh, it's one of these stupid people that don't speak the universal language of English.
That's rude.
Maybe we need to learn his language.
Call him stupid.
I mean, we're in space and we're not on a Earth planet. We need to
No,
learn his
it
language.
is stupid.
68.
It is stupid because remember, all movies and shows and all that stuff always speak the same exact language, no matter
level
what
68.
planet and age. Let's see. I didn't grow a level. I'm already about 56, so that means James is behind.
I can't see where we're supposed to go.
Hold on. All right, let me just double check. Oh, James has a thing all the way to the right because he failed to get it. So let's fix that. Let's go to the outpost Zarek and let's fix that for James.
Okay.
Because James has like a story mission that at least all of us did, and I did at least, but for some reason James does not have it.
Outpost Zarek? What is
Yeah, Outpost Zarek.
there?
All the way to the right.
Well, I see Outpost Zarek. I just don't see anything there.
Oh, it is once we get to Zarek, we still have to travel to the place that you need to go to. It's all the way right to the map. So the edge of the map.
I have a combat proficiency thing I need to look at when I get over there. I can't do it while flying.
That feels weird that you can't do it while you're traveling, because this feels like a loading.
I fear to check it because there was a glitch I remember it happening that if I checked the combat proficiency it would knock me off the speeder.
Hmm.
Okay. Oh, I get to choose an ability. No, I don't want that one. Yes, I want that one.
Oh, by the way, Kyle, have you watched Stargate? Because I watched it for the first time.
The TV show? No, I have not seen it. I remember.
Not the TV show, the movie.
Okay.
Oh, isn't that a TV series also?
Yeah, the movie was Roland Emmerich.
Where'd you go?
You know
Where'd you go?
right behind you.
Oh.
But no,
so
I've not seen anything
yeah.
Stargate.
It's Roland Emmerich film, so it's like Independence Day style movie where it's like, oh, they have a premise, it's almost feels impossible or whatever, and it's like it's a feel good movie at the end because everyone feels happy, but the characters and story is as thin as you can. But it's a feel good movie. I mean, it spawned like decades of content for people. So, but
I'm just right now I'm watching Firefly for the first time because it's a really short TV series to get through that has one movie, and then
oh yeah, I remember.
There's the entirety of everything Star Trek that's available on Paramount.
Yeah, I watched I decided to watch Stargate because I remember as a kid a couple scenes from it, and I always it took me a long time to figure out what movie or like series that was from. Because I never could able to pinpoint, because it was like, oh, it's an Egyptian like it's like Egyptian like scenario, but people are being invaded by like aliens, and then I think it was Emoto who mentions like, is it Stargate? And I looked it up. It's like, oh my god, it is Stargate.
After all these
my mom
years,
would watch Stargate and Star Trek. He was also a huge Star Wars nerd.
Star Wars is still fun. I still like Star Wars outside of obviously the sequel trilogy. We don't talk about those.
I'll still
what
watch.
if the sequel trilogy becomes like the Gen 7 Pokemon of movies?
The only movie I would be like semi okay with is just the 7th episode. That's it.
I'll still watch all of them. It's just I won't pay much attention.
Yeah,
that's a sit on your phone while the movie's playing kind of movie, then, huh?
I mean,
No, I'm just playing video games on my laptop.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I still enjoy the prequels. I still have some guilty pleasures with watching episode 2 and episode 1. It's like after watching it for the first time in a long time, when you, Sean, Carl watched it in theaters. Like that was my first time in I think over a decade I last watched that movie, and it's actually still holds up to me.
Not very good, but
for
at the
me,
same
this is
time,
showing
there's
that
a little
you guys
bit of...
that you both have something over here for me.
They have the charm of at least feeling like a George Lucas masterpiece, or not George Lucas, work.
Yeah,
despite some of their cringe content, whereas the sequel trilogy just kind of feels like a bunch of awkward fanfics.
Yeah, it holds up to me better than a lot of people think. Like, I think it's still a fine movie. I mean, it's still in certain ways, but still fine. It says only here for James. Because I've done this before.
It says both Gary Fallon and High Ground for me to find out.
I have zero clue why. I've done this before, and you helped me with this.
Mine says Maintenance Bay, the final piece by Gary Fallon.
It says final piece for High Ground.
Okay, it might just be showing what your party needs to, because you already have since you already have your request tracked. It might just.
It's showing that I can join for either Gary Fallon or High Ground, so I'm just joining for High Ground.
Yeah, just High Ground for now. It's a James thing for now. Yeah, I have stuff to do here, I guess. I don't know why.
So used to attacking droids that I tried killing James' companion.
Well, I'm gonna go through this as my own for now, just in case, because as you said, it might have my stuff for some reason. I don't think so, but I'm just gonna do it just in case.
Sorry, James. I tried killing your companion. I'm so used to killing droids.
Are you racist against Romans?
This looks like a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, you did get a new 20... Yeah, so since you got that new phone crate, you get to do a lot more stuff in it than you could do previously. And as long as you take care of it, it will last for a few years. Like, it will last a long time.
You run, 4 apps on it at the same time, like a four-way split screen.
Well, it's a funny thing. Apparently, nowadays phones are designed so that you're supposed to have as many apps open as possible instead of closing them, because it actually makes them run slower.
I don't know what you're supposed to. There's like a bulkhead control thing right here.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, go to the keypad. I need to fix the delay.
The question is, will the new phone make Raid look cool and fit in with society?
Yeah, I need to learn much about this phone. Yeah, there's a lot to learn with new stuff, but you can do a lot. Oh yeah, speaking of Star Wars, it is John Williams' 93rd birthday today.
Oh wow. I think you have heard that Grace saw a John Williams concert, right? That,
Yeah.
like, she went to it, but John Williams himself was not there because he's just too old to
No, I think
perform publicly. Like, he's had health issues.
I wouldn't say he was too old. He's still doing public stuff. I think at that time he had actually
I
had a problem.
think it was just that one instance, like,
Yeah.
something happened and he wasn't able to make it.
Yeah, it was that one instance. He's definitely making public appearances still. Like the Yo-Yo Mama. Yeah, Yo-Yo Mama.
Yo mama, yeah.
Yeah, he is making actual appearance at that in April, and that is his legitimate appearance based on the reports I was reading on it. But only on 2 days specifically, and the rest of it is just other people doing stuff. So many AI features. Yeah, it's the big thing nowadays. I try to avoid AI because I don't want to depend on doing all that stuff. Plus, it's like it uses audio for a lot of other data stuff. So I'm just like, I'd rather just type things out. / it will force me not to be like using it while I drive or doing other things. Like I just feel like it's just better in my book.
Just imagine people on their phones using AI to, like, they're in a situation where they had like a fight with somebody or something, and they like rely on the AI to send the text that'll reconcile.
Mm-hmm.
But then the AI just does it like totally wrong and makes things worse.
Yep.
That, or it just becomes so blatantly obvious as written in AI. Like, I understand how you feel, my friend, but given the circumstance, like, you clearly didn't write that, dude.
I hear that. Yeah, delay fix. Nice. Well, congratulations on the new phone, Kraid. Enjoy it. It's definitely gonna be. I definitely say, like, investing in like a better phone nowadays is way better. Especially since you got like I won't say a third-party phone, but more of the side phones for Samsung.
I decided to go with a new phone instead of a used phone this time around.
Yeah, unless it's like it's so barely used. I'd rather say, like, with phones, it's best to go for the newer ones if you can afford it.
But as far as like on new phones go, I got one a little on the cheaper side.
That's fine.
It was like 300, which I mean isn't like, I mean, still.
As long as
As
it's
far as phones go, like compared to like how some phones run up to like 1200, it was.
Yeah, I usually go for the more top of the end line ones, but not the highest edition. Like, mine is a S21 at the time. It was like with the phone bill and everything, so it was top of the line at the time, but not like an Ultra or anything like that. Because I also
don't even remember what my current phone model is. It's a Samsung Galaxy, but I don't remember which one.
When did you get it?
Summer of 2022.
That would be because I
think it might be an S22 or something.
22 or 23. I think
Yeah.
I think it's go one number above the year. Yeah, it would be that way because I think. Oh no, the 25. Yeah, the 25 was the 20. Was last year. So yeah, it would be yours. Would be a 23.
I just use my tech until it breaks, dude. Like, I used the same phone the entire 5 years that I lived in Japan.
I mean, I've used the 21 since I got it, and that's back in 2020. So my phone's about 5 years old. There is a screen broken on it, but like not screen broken, but there's like a spot on it on the very side that is completely broken in terms of like viewing what it is, kind of thing. And then, but other than that, it's pretty much just fine. It's only the battery that I would say is a bit iffy on mine, but that's normal for the usage I use and like phone and stuff like that. Spending money, but I can see how much it's worth. Yeah, like I know it's a lot of money, especially with some of this, but especially since you use your phone a lot and a lot of that stuff, stuff like investing into stuff like a high usage device, I say just splurge the amount that you need, like that to a good amount, and then you will be fine. Especially if it's a device you use a lot.
My, I can't for the life of me figure out what you might be after. I'm Zareen. I take care of targeted acquisitions, let's say. Like that little trinket you came here for, I get the impression that you want it pretty bad.
Surely we can come to a peaceful agreement.
I have to do it with my girlfriend.
Boring. Unless, of course, they're profitable. That piece of junk is worth a lot to you, isn't it? So make me an offer. If it's high enough, maybe you'll walk out of here.
I don't want to give my money.
You didn't see me choking out that Imperial.
One more chance, soldier boy. What's that thing really worth to you?
You heard my offer. I'm not changing it.
You drive a hard bargain. I like that. It's a deal. Now just hand over the credits and we'll all part as friends.
Oh, a bunch of crap in my inventory.
Halt. I am
Umbra
Major Altano of the
component. What is that?
Imperial
Quest item that
Military.
just got
Drop your
sent to my
weapons and
mailbox.
surrender immediately.
What?
What is an Umbra component?
We're right in the middle of a business transaction. Come back later.
Quiet, scum. I will deal with you presently.
He has a scar on his chinny chin chin.
You're in possession of stolen Imperial property.
Is he one of three little pigs?
I will consider sparing your life.
My new friend just gave me a nice offer for that item. Unless you can top it, I'll have to pass.
Treacherous subhuman scum! Open fire, man. Get that component.
So you force stroke her, and yet now she's my friend.
Oh, great.
It's much as fun. So the stylist is nice to have for Yu-Gi-Oh. Yep, less chance of fun. Yep. Nice haircut. Thank you. My money.
That's easier said than done. Phew, been a while since I had a good scrap like that. I'm glad you stopped by. Your piece of junk is right over there. Hopefully it didn't get shot up too much. Now hand over my credits.
Just as we agreed, Serene.
Ah, credits? Killing. I don't think this day could get any better. Take care of yourself, soldier boy. Maybe I'll see you around.
Well, I did it just for my girlfriend. Now I have to leave. Anyway, Crate, how you been doing? Hope you've been enjoying the weekend.
Ooh, oh, man, why?
Is Will dying, James?
No.
I wish he was.
It was nowhere near. How did they see me?
Ah.
You see nothing.
Will's trying to hide.
I'm out of here. Where are you guys? Where you nerds are?
He's trying to hide from
I am
us.
nowhere, but everywhere.
Oh, I will dance on top of him if he doesn't stop running away. Will, let's go.
I mean, oh dang it! I forgot I can't use it.
Was
Here,
stressing
I use
over
this one.
expense. Yeah.
Where'd you go? There you are.
It's one of those things is that I know it's a lot
Yeah,
of
I'm
stuff
ready.
to spend, but again, if there is a lot of justifying to make the purchase, which I believe you've kind of needed to, like, you've already had that because of how much you use your phone. It's one of those, like, yeah, once it happens, and as long as it's you don't regret it, it's good. And luckily with
You'll
like
get years of use out of it. So.
yeah, for sure. And also with luckily with like stuff with like phones and stuff like that, there's a I'm pretty like a lot of the times there's like people will be like, as long as you give it back undamaged and whatnot, they'll be able to you'll be able to return the device within like a week or a month or something like that. So after some time, if you still don't feel like feeling it, then you just like you can get your money back, all that stuff. I'm just always about spending more. Yeah, that's good. Speaking of spending a lot, that kind of reminds me of. I kind of like remember. So this is gonna sound ridiculous to you, Kyle, but the recent Pokemon card releases in America, and I say in America specifically, are so hard to come by. People are buying them out of bulk, and like having people buy them 3 times the normal amount of value.
That sounds ridiculous to me.
It's also so hard to come by that some people are willing to trade certain items just for it. Like I saw a video of a soccer player after the game was done, he ran across the field and gave a fan his jersey and got 2 elite trainer boxes, which contains like 8 to 10 packs each of that set. And I found it kind of funny.
I think it's just kind of unfortunate because at the end of the day, these trading card games, like, they're meant for children, and so it's kind of
100%,
upsetting
yeah.
when like adults with a lot of money are just buying out like entire store stocks and depriving children
Oh,
of the opportunity to play the product made for them.
Oh, I'm definitely on the realm of like, this is a children's game. Like, adults should be like, instead of scalping them, bless you, they should just buy a small amount and then collect on their own. Like, instead of trying to scalp them, sell them online, get bragging rights.
It's like the real life equivalent of Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sinbad fighting over a toy. But at least in that movie, they were doing it for the children.
Let's see. Excited for Super Bowl? Yeah, the Super Bowl is gonna be tomorrow. I'm just always about this. Oh yeah. I feel like Pokemon Pocket made this worse with TC. Oh, Pokemon Pocket. No, this is way before Pokemon Pocket. No, it is because of the pandemic. Before the pandemic, it wasn't as bad. Like, as far as I can tell, the Pokemon buying that stuff was not that bad. It was once the pandemic hit and, people needed money, needed like look at values, games skyrocketed, which I hate. And then the TCG Pocket, why aren't we fast traveling? I just realized that.
I have no idea.
Let's just travel. It gives me time to look at the comment. But the pandemic caused this whole thing, and then it's never recovered, and it's not going to recover because of how much it keeps skyrocketing now. What happened to being able to buy regular booster boxes? I mean, some of them are. I mean, I got Stellar Crown, and you can find Stellar Crown here and there, but it's specifically the newer boxes. The newest boxes and the ones that have the high pull rates, those are always gone. They made you buy the ETBs, $10 a pack for a single pack. Yeah, like that. I mean, normal packs, I think it's like $4 to $5, which is more reasonable. The prismatic evolution one is like up to $8 to $10 potentially. And that's one pack. That's each pack. So if you open like 20 cards, you could spend that like 20 packs. It's already like you spent $200, and you may not even get your money's worth because Prismatic Evolutions, apparently you get a good pull every 20 packs. That's apparently how bad it is.
So where are we going?
I think it's saying Scorched Earth is the next part, so let's go there.
Scorched Earth.
Oh, Outpost Kresh.
Scorched Earth. Oh yeah, I know where Scorched Earth is. Just let me pull up the other game for that.
Buying Pokemon cards? Is it buying Pokemon cards, you mean?
I'm looking at your picture profile thing on our group thing, and my character does have like hair, but normally it'll show if you like got a helmet or a hat on, but why is yours like glitchy bald on mine?
Proton John is streaming a game called Golf with Your Grandmother.
That sounds like an indie game. Look at how the at Umbreon is worth like 2K. Because
I
it looks
will never go golfing with my grandmother. No, thank you.
It looks
I
nice,
want to live.
basically.
I love that poke, but I would not spend $2,000 for a printout of it.
There are 2 Umbreon cars, and one of them is from Evolving Skies, which was back in Gen 8. And that was like... And that's still skyrocketing, apparently.
Right out here.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. These people need to just leave the kids' hobbies alone, just spend all their money on crypto or something.
Something like that, yeah. I mean, I'll collect old games, but I also am like, they shouldn't be taking a lot of these old games away. People should
spend my money on other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't pick up any explosions.
Like on my birthday, I'll be buying me a Girl Scout cookie Frosty.
I thought for a second you're gonna say I'm buying myself a girlfriend. Rent a girlfriend?
Yeah, dude, should all be doing that.
I chose to stay in.
I'll take her to the Yo Mama concert.
The Imperial Army on your own? Are you serious?
I'm that lonely and that desperate. Did you know?
Yes.
That's astonishing. Thank you. You've probably just saved the lives of half the soldiers on Hoth.
You know about the Evolution God packs from this latest set? If you get it, the whole pack is worth over. Yeah, I've heard about those.
Yeah. Once you choose your option, you're stuck with it.
People on Hoth could probably use your help.
Yep.
Listen, I know this is asking a lot, but we've
I'm just glad to help.
Wow, you and James just rolled really poorly. Pathetic.
This is why I don't play D&D. I just watch D&D.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get mocked for it.
Oh wait, so we have to go back out here?
I'm kidding.
Small credits.
Oh, for crying out loud!
What the frick?
Not another one of these freaking random event bullcrap.
Should we? I'm not
ignoring.
Hold on, let me look at the map. Let me look at the map, Will. Don't go anywhere yet. I'm looking at the map really quickly. Okay, what the heck? It told us that this place is what we need to go to for... I guess... Okay, 2 of them over there. But we passed 2 places. Okay, so... Alright, let's go back on the... Let's go back on the speeder. This is a weird... It weirdly did not tell us. Alright. Now it's telling me. Now it's telling me. Bowl to you, game. Outpost Synth. It didn't tell me that this place was... It didn't tell me that place was like, oh, it's nearby a lot of that stuff. No, it was like, eh. If you get it, yeah. Would you be an instant sell for me? Oh, for the 6K set? I mean, I get it. If you want the money, yeah, for sure. I probably only keep the cards that I really, really like.
You're going to Auric or
Synth.
Synth.
Do it.
Do it. I told James to murder his snowman.
This is fun to play with one eye.
That's mean, dude. That made me think of the movie The Snowman, dude.
Oh, it fell down. It melted. Oh, its midsection melted apart, so I put it back together, and then it melted again.
All right, this way.
Well, that's the tragedy of Snowman, man. People who watch the movie know.
Over here.
You'll be mocked.
Wait for me. My creature has little legs.
I'm waiting for James. There he is.
I should use my tauntaun, but I don't wanna. I like using the lizard.
If I ever pull like a instant like series of good cards, I might consider actually putting them into like card reviews to get them like PSA graded or graded at least.
Crunch in the ear.
At least grading cards, I can see that being okay hobby. But grading games, I don't really support that, because to me games should be played rather than being packaged in paper and plastic and on somebody's shelf to just stare at, being like,
for sure.
Actually, wait, is this better? I think this way is better.
Trophy games.
Oh yeah. 100% hate that. Which is why I made it. Kyle makes a joke of like me being like, when we saw that WADA games. I'll say this publicly. I'm not the biggest fan of WADA.
WADA.
They're the grading company for games. So I get.
Is that that we saw at PAX? You mean?
Yep.
The auctioners that you said were sketchy.
Yep. To me, it plays the same card, but lower.
It's funny that you say WADA is sketchy, because I just googled that, being like, "What's Nick talking about?" And of course, when you type WADA, what comes up is the World Anti-Doping Agency, another thing related to scandals. You know, like.
Mm-hmm. Is that not it? Oh, is that not the right one?
It's up.
Oh, it's up.
It's straight
WADA
up.
PAX is doping their prices.
Wait, it is up. Oh, up.
Prices
It's
on steroids.
up.
Okay, let's go over here. Yeah, let's go to the doping price.
Where'd you go?
So crazy. But yeah, no. Expensive cards, I don't play with them. I just get the lower rarity, because like with Pokemon and with Pokemon and stuff like that, even Yu-Gi-Oh, I just try to get the lower rarity because those are easier to come by and buy.
Hey, my creature has little legs.
Is my sound alert not working? I know it's a kid's game, but I hate when kids ruin cards. I mean, to each their own. I might have to restart sound alerts.
You guys are way ahead of me. Wait for me.
No.
My creature has little legs.
No. Ooh, there's an outpost here. Oh, it's a medical droid.
Stand by for examination and suggested products.
I sell my junk to it.
Return to your post.
Why?
I want a refund. If I can give you a refund. I once had a deck worth 1.5k. Jesus. That's why you don't let anyone else touch your high-end cards or whatnot.
I had a binder full of Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I sold.
Skull's yelling for you.
Yelling at me. I don't even know why.
According to Digits, he went to Pink Gorilla here in Washington. Apparently, one of my consoles is worth $1,000.
Oh, one of your retro ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Play Stardew and Animal Crossing. This is going to be a thing every week, isn't it?
Probably.
I'll probably get around to playing Stardew. Animal Crossing will be a while, but I did install Stardew, but it's just, I want to finish games,
I mean, I started playing Stardew yesterday, and I found
I'm kind of catching up on my handhelds right now, so I'll play. We're gonna finish up Sapphire, which I'm like at the Pokemon League stage now, and I want to catch some pokes. And then I'll probably play like Contra 4 and Chose because I bought those recently.
Yeah.
I also think, when it comes to my Switch games, I've beaten most of the games I have on my Switch, but it might finally be time to play Luigi's Mansion 3 after having that game for like 5 years.
Carry on, Sergeants.
Oh my god, sick.
Just wait. This is the part where your girlfriend will not care if you choose something.
Ooh, okay, finally.
If you choose the not for long, she will not mind.
The moment when they betray us.
Good, because mark my words, it's gonna happen. They've got Captain B-Ron leading them. I know all about him back in the day when I was captured. Like Sam he does.
Skull had wine.
Does that mean she's gonna be whining in the chat?
She's gonna be a whiner, yeah.
As long as she's not doping like Wada. I see that. Talking about the auction Wada, that would literally completely defeat the purpose of the World Anti-Doping Agency if they were doping over there.
This lot will fold if we pull it on them surprise-like.
Spread the word then, and wait for my signal.
I'll go keep an eye on that sergeant. You take the boys here.
I was not following the story. I just was picking the bad choices. What the heck was going on?
Basically, we're gonna betray the Empire. She will not care if we betray the Empire here.
Oh, we're fighting for the Empire?
No,
Bro.
Basically, we're fighting the Hailstorm right now, but soon we will betray the Empire. Your girlfriend will not care, and neither will mine.
Will James's boyfriend, the robot, care?
You're putting me in an awkward position! Because I can't answer that! Because he doesn't... Because if I say no, then I could get attacked for that!
Where's James? Oh, he's playing right now.
Because James is not romancing any characters, but even if he was, no, his robot won't care. His robot hates the Empire.
My robot
was built to hate the Empire.
Your robot approves what?
He approves of everything. Like, I just do something, he's like, I approve. I'm like, cool.
His robot was built to obey.
He just like...
The robot was
hey,
straight up built to obey no matter what.
He's just very enthusiastic about killing things.
Basically, the robot was
missing.
Made to kill.
Kraid says James is missing. Do we need to go through across the world and find clues about him and then make sure that all artifacts are placed in the right locations and solve generic, boring puzzles in an education type game?
Wait, are we talking about Mario was missing?
I was wondering if someone is actually going to get that long-witted, obvious joke. He's in Miami. He's not. I didn't know it. He was playing. Oh yeah, James, Will, and I play this game, and are on the quest to finish the main story. Top 10 Mario game.
Been at it for how long now?
You know who else is missing?
Kyle.
Ball.
Did you say my ball?
My mom.
Oh, my mom. Who is Will?
You say your mom, you're fired.
Who is Will? It's the guy who owes me stuff.
I'm the one with the lightsaber. That's my character. I always choose Jedi.
No, you don't. Wow, an open area. This is suspicious, guys. An open area.
But there's no healing items.
Yeah, they're not. But we have a healer.
I am not a I don't heal. Could you imagine if we could only have up to 3 people in the party with no companions, and one of us had to be the healer? I would not elect Nick as the healer.
I think Twitch is listening in on me or stuff that's being said in chat, because I'm getting commercials for Samsung phones mentioning their AI features.
You're just upset still about the Mass Effect thing, and the fact that I also claimed the card pack for today.
Getting cold. Need to share body.
Why is his voice sound so much closer?
Oh, this guy's flirting with us. He's loving to share his body.
Dude, he's ripped, man.
None other. Have you come to put an end to the
Why does his voice sound so close to the mic?
Of course you are. There's no room in the galaxy
Dude's
for those
doping.
who bow to neither chancellor nor emperor, unless we make room through blood and struggle.
Oh my god, he's gonna probe me. Oh my god, where did all these people come from? F you, Will. Will sounds like a Dragon Age nerd. James, put Will in the dungeon.
This man just punched me.
We go right over here too.
This is the most hilariously close quarters combat. A bunch of dudes just appear and you're standing there at point blank range firing at each other.
Yeah, Star Wars never gets in a sense in lore reason.
With small arms. Move out. This is the time. Don't let
them dig in. And in the movies that as far as I know,
now you can choose the evil, and this is the one time I will actually choose the dark side.
James,
I mean, the dungeon for what? Not playing Stardew Valley. That's kind of
James.
Very strict punishment. And Tally plays Stardew. There it is. I called it.
And OG.
And OG. Help, help, I'm being repressed. Come see the violence inherent in the system. You saw repressing me. You saw it, didn't you?
So why did we have to work with Imperial?
It was just because we didn't have the numbers to actually really take him out, all those people out, I guess, or something like that.
Hey, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. We're Havoc Squad. We can do it.
It doesn't account for you guys being Havoc Squad. It only accounts you're doing this by yourself. That you're doing the quest by yourself. I'm doing the quest myself. He's doing the quest. Jason's doing the quest himself, so on and so forth. Yada yada yada. And yeah, that's how the game computes it. Even though we're in a group.
It says we've all accepted it, but it's
because Will hasn't accepted it yet.
I haven't started the. I don't know. I was just conversing, you know.
That guy just disappeared. What the heck? He just flat out just disappeared. What?
Because of the midichlorians.
No, he used the force. He used the force speed that only appeared in episode 1 and never again. It's a funny thing that I never noticed in episode 1 until someone pointed out, being like, "Here's George Lucas making Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan go through force speed, when they're getting ambushed with the battle droids at the very beginning of the movie. They just speed past, and he's like, here's force speed, and they never do it again, even in the same movie.
They never do the force speed again, really.
I mean, they need to make sure the trade negotiations are brief.
Mm-hmm.
They show, here's these force powers that these Jedis have, and they never do them again.
Apparently, there's a 6-hour version of the film that Jake Lloyd, the child actor of Anakin, mentioned, and apparently everyone who watched it, which was a very select few, said that it was actually mind-blowing.
good or mind-blowingly bad?
I say good because it probably makes some sense with some of the, because like there was a lot of cuts that needed to be done for both Revenge of the Sith and Phantom Menace. So I would say it probably made it more consistent, but also like people will probably complain it being very boring.
It would be interesting to see cuts like that. Like, oh gosh, what's his? The actor's name who plays Duncan Idaho in Dune has said that the first Denis Villeneuve Dune movie, like he saw a cut of it that was over 4 hours long, and I'm like, man, I wish I could see that.
Maybe at one point they would.
I mean, it's just a little over an hour more. The final movie is about 2 hours and 40 minutes. So.
Mm-hmm. Like I wouldn't mind a longer cut of a movie if it actually added a little bit more lore and not like unnecessary scenes where it's like, here's more staring, here's more extra dialogue that repeats the same thing. Like it adds extra scenes that added more to the story in a sense. It just cut it down only due to time. Yeah. Like
I would also love to see into an alternate universe where David Lynch was the director of Return of the Jedi, because he was offered it.
Mm-hmm. Would have been interesting. It would have been very psychedelic. You said David Lynch was like very psychedelic with his not psychedelic. Well,
surrealist is more the like not like druggy, trippy, but like dream-like.
No, that's what I mean. I meant more like with psychology or stuff like that. It messes with your mind a little bit. I don't know.
It depends on the movie. Some of his movies kind of lean more into like kind of creepy horror-like stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see like a Star Wars more horrific than fun, but George Lucas always intended it to be kids movies,
family friendly.
Yeah, family friendly. Okay, so and only Revenge of the Sith is the only movie that he probably pushed that family friendly feeling to its limits. But
yeah, because there's the villain origin story, and I'm curious. I'll do this. Another thing is that Phantom Menace was absurdly successful. It made like $1 billion, but I remember reading that Attack of the Clones was, in a relative sense, disappointing because it was the first Star Wars movie to not be the top-grossing movie of the year that it came out.
Mm-hmm.
Like it lost out to Sam Raimi's Spider-Man and I think one other film that year.
I mean,
I'm not sure about Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith was definitely the highest hype.
It would probably be the hottest because that's a movie where it's like full on Darth Vader. Like,
yeah, and
I remember people being hyped for it at the time. It made $868 million, so not as high as Phantom Menace.
It's argued to be to some, like, a lot of people still don't say it's the best Star Wars film because a lot of people say Empire Strikes Back, but a lot of people will still argue it being the best prequel and like the second best Star Wars film of all of them. But and even some people will say it's their most favorite as well.
$868 million, or just a lot. I mean, it makes sense that the Phantom Menace made the most, just because it's not the first movie in the franchise, but it's the first movie in 16 years, and so it'll be the time that some people want to hop on the bandwagon and see what the fuss is about, and then they don't go see the later ones. But Revenge of the Sith did break box office records in its opening week. Second highest grossing in the Star Wars franchise at the time. Second highest grossing film worldwide in 2005. Highest grossing in the US. What was the number? Oh, number one worldwide was, that makes sense, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire.
Yeah.
I think I think the Harry Potter film was, I think it was Chamber of Secrets is what also beat out Attack of the Clones in 2002.
Remember him? Ah, so this is petty revenge.
More about not taking chances.
Oh yeah, Lion the Witch and the Wardrobe did come out in 2005. That was number 3.
That's true, yeah.
You honor nothing and reward betrayers, just as the Sith do. Take him away and gag him so he can't listen to the sound of his own voice.
What a year this is that you can look at the top 10 grossing films in a given year and not all of them are owned by Disney.
I miss those days.
I mean, it's still obviously it's still major studios like Warner Brothers, Fox, and so on, but
I like
the top of 05, and there's a bit of variety too, genre-wise. You have Goblet of Fire, Revenge of the Sith, Narnia, War of the Worlds, King Kong, Madagascar, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Journey to the Chocolate Factory, Batman Begins, Hitch.
You know what? Ooh, that's a cake right there.
Why are you staring at my butt?
A pan there.
almost feel relaxed.
But you know what's funny?
But,
Speaking of Disney, so you know Sonic 3 was it domestically did better than Mufasa. And here's the apparently it's nothing is confirmed, but there's a lot of potential, like high suspicion and evidence towards it. Mufasa apparently was number one in because he's AFK, he's doing something. Wait here, but with Mufasa apparently it was number one worldwide, and that's only because Sonic 3 didn't release anywhere not everywhere and worldwide yet. And apparently there were reports that people were pushing Mufasa more than Sonic, heck, even like putting Mufasa longer than it should have been, and being forced to not put Sonic 3 at all until like as far as they can. And there's a lot of rumors that apparently a lot of Disney employees, even Disney employees went to watch Mufasa just to get the numbers up, and then also
they're rigging it,
yeah, also like make sure that movie theaters were forced to only have Mufasa and no Sonic 3. Like they were rigging it hard. Like that's like
it's kind of obnoxious for such a huge company to do that. Like, you know, like your movie's making a ton of money regardless. Like just let, you know,
or they have mega franchises
run the course, I guess.
It's like they have mega franchises. Let other things run its course like it used to.
What were the highest? I'm not even sure. Let me look up 2024. I think Inside Out 2 was probably the biggest movie of that year.
Yeah, something like that. It was one of. Zarek Outpost. We have to go to Zarek Outpost again. Zarek.
Yeah, it was correct. Inside Out 2 made almost $1.7 billion. That is insane.
I'm just watching this little asshole Mac.
And as I was saying, 4 out of the top 10 movies of the year were made by Disney last year. Inside Out 2, Deadpool, Wolverine, Moana 2, Despicable Me 4, Wicked, Doom Part 2, Mufasa the Lion King, Godzilla X Kong, Kung Fu Panda 4, YOLO. So also out of all those, I don't even know it. Oh, YOLO's a Chinese film, okay. I know nothing about that, but it seems to be the only movie besides Wicked to not be a sequel, and also Wicked is a remake of something. So
it's a theater play retelling.
It's Wizard of Oz, so yeah.
No, it's a prequel to Wizard of Oz.
But it's branching off of an existing extremely famous story, and also stars one of the most famous musicians in the world. So obviously it was going to do well.
Yep. Apparently Ariana Grande is nominated for an Oscar. I would not be surprised if she wins that.
I just want Dune Part 2 to win.
Did we have to come here to just talk to him for like just a second?
Yeah, if you wanted your reward and if you wanted that quest to be completed.
We could have just holo called in.
If this
we could holo call him.
I'm going to scream.
What'd you say?
You guys could have holo called.
If this woman screams one more time, I'm just gonna.
Oh, that woman's yelling charge? Yeah, you're gonna keep hearing that every time we come here.
Hopefully we don't have to come here anymore, because...
Alright, great.
Oh, no. We're done with right here. All we have to do is go to the...
Hold on. Let me just double check. Okay? Because I don't want us to come back here again. So we got 2 places. The final place... And you have the price of victory. So yeah, we only have each of our missions left, which is... okay, so... We just have to travel to the far left one.
Arc base.
Arc base.
That's all I got left.
Yeah, that's the last ones for each of us, and then we have like that Coruscant thing. I don't know if that's something we need to go back for.
I don't have anything over there.
Coruscant, I apparently have something called catching up, which I think James might have it.
Yeah, I don't have that. Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have the Coruscant thing.
Nah, well, should be a quick one anyway. Oh man, I cut a corner, guys. This game is teaching kids how to cut corners.
I mean, didn't we all learn how to cut corners like in kindergarten and first grade and whatnot with scissors?
Only making snowflakes. Dude, I made the worst style snowflakes as a kid. They always were so black.
Never came out right.
Yeah, mine never turned out right. I was never understanding why it always turned out wrong, and I never do it. I never do it nowadays because it wastes so much paper.
Mine always came out like spider webs.
Mine always turned out. Mine always turned out as X's.
I wish mine came out like X's.
Hi, Will. Hi, James. I see you guys right behind me.
If you look down below, you can see your little astromech just doing this weird little teleporty thing. Just pop it along, just like going like, wait, just
did you not know? Did you not know it knows instant transmission?
What in the freaking Dragon Ball Z shit is this?
I'm assuming we're gonna be going to sip at different locations, right?
Yeah, mine's all the way down. Should I go to mine?
Yeah, just go to yours, since this is our specific story stuff. James and I would just do ours.
I'll go to mine, and then we meet up at the hangar?
Yep. Just complete your story stuff, and we can go. We can be done with Hoth.
Mission is complete.
Get off this freezing cold planet.
Apparently, we're gonna have more snow next week. By the way, guys.
Oh, don't remind me. My window was frozen shut yesterday. But yet I was able to open it today.
Apparently, it was supposed to snow last night, and it's supposed to snow now.
It did a bit last night here.
It snowed a little bit, kind of today-ish.
That's what Mike told me.
Not really. It looked like it was like kind of rain-snow mix.
This could change the entire face of the war, Sergeant. You should be proud.
There is a pond near my place, and it has been completely frozen for the past week and a half of snow.
Yeah, it's been really cold.
And I now have a new companion. But he'll meet me at my ship, because I told him to.
Capitan.
I would be honored, Sergeant.
Oh, I guess this dude is on the other side of the touchdown complex.
I got mail.
I thought you liked females.
Dude, but frickin' somebody just sent me a letter.
What is? Oh right, I have to go talk to that guy on the freaking other side of this map. I have to go around. God dang it!
Have fun with that. Oh, Chief Engineer Scubo. I get 4,000 some odd credits.
Why do you only get one interaction and then you're done? Me and James have to go the other side of the freaking map, and like not like a straight shot. We have to go around.
I don't know. I mean, you guys have to go. Yeah, you guys have to go around. I just get one straight shot through it all, and then yep.
He's wearing Fallout. He's wearing Fallout armor. This guy.
Colonel, sir.
James.
Has completed his reconstruction of the
This guy's wearing Fallout armor.
Ah, that's fantastic. Stand at ease, Captain. Let's have a look.
I wonder what vault he was part of. Was he the part of the pleasure vault, or was he part of the getting mauled by a beast vault?
I understand you worked with Sergeant Yoon quite a bit.
Look at his face, and you'll be able to tell.
What did you think of him?
The pleasure vault.
You
Got
can
it.
speak freely.
But now the question is, what was he do? What was his role in that vault?
Yes.
But I understand he's needed for something much.
And that tells me I don't want to know the answer.
Yes.
You'll be glad you have Yoon with you. I guarantee it.
I need to dismiss my companion before you guys get here. I don't need you guys just, trying to hark in on my action with my wife's companion person.
All right, he's done. I think he's on my ship. Who? Oh, he's right next to me. Oh, never mind. He's ugly.
Oh, you guys got him. You guys got.
He looks like a fly.
You guys got the road.
He looks like a deformed scrotum.
Okay.
No, I'm never gonna be able to unsee that when I go play that character and move on into that now. Thank you.
Oh my god, we got
so much.
We got two of them. Oh, we got a pair of balls.
Oh, thank you so much. I will never be able to unsee this when I go and play on my own character, my own trooper character. When I go and play the DLC stuff, because I've not done that on the trooper character yet.
My Yoon is better than your Yoon.
Thank you so much.
I'll give you it. You have the better balls.
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 Is that what this one is going to be labeled as? It's Ball Wars.
Ball Wars.
Ball Wars. Fight for the biggest balls.
The balls
I should not have opened my mouth.
We rule this galaxy with our balls.
Open mouth, insert
The
foot.
galaxy balls away.
I'm going up to
It
balls
is
away.
it is the future sequel to Spaceballs. Balls harder.
I'm just going straight to my ship.
Okay. So now what?
It's Spaceballs 2. Balls deeper.
Commander lady.
Jeez.
Home with a desert to find them.
Are we taking this too literally?
I feel like we are.
All right, going to holo terminal.
Captain, I've just been contacted by Colonel Fierro.
I'm using my ship's holo terminal
The
now.
operation was a complete success. Breaking the Umbra Code will have far-reaching effects. The Republic has gained an advantage today that could change the course of the entire conflict. Well done.
It's an honor to serve as always, sir.
Sergeant Yoon, please step forward.
Tano Vic disapproves. I don't even care what you say, Mr. Vic.
My pleasure.
I only recruited you because I have to.
Republic Army Special
Forces Tano Vic is kind of doing you Republic Army.
If I had a choice, I would probably just only do my girlfriend. That's it. And maybe the robot dude.
We're glad to have you on the team, Sergeant.
And I now have to go to my starting planet of Tython.
Is that... Are we on chapter 3 finally?
We are now in the beginning parts of reaching to chapter 3. We are in the intermissions of between chapter 2 and 3.
So how long is chapter 3?
Do you really want to know the answer to that one?
Is it longer than chapter 2?
The beginning planet, I am not entirely sure. Because I don't remember which side is longer for the beginning planet. The next planet.
I have
the next planet.
Stuff.
I don't. The next planet I don't know, but I know the final planet can be long.
So
depending on
Do whatever you need to do, Vic. Magarin's office is on.
It can be long depending on
so this shouldn't take long.
On if they added any new quests or not to the Republic side.
If you want. Nah, I've been through this a couple of times before. It'll go.
Okay, so
I'm not entirely sure
we will just take care of the Coruscant thing together, James, because I need to do that too. I'm doing some of my partner stuff right now.
No more price on my head.
I am going to the Republic Fleet
Glad you're in the clear now.
to upgrade
I found some of Magrin's files
the armor I have in my stuff and to deposit things into my. Yeah. Oh, wait,
So yeah.
Didn't I put one?
I
should have one in here.
This is the ship one, right? That's the space combat. I already done that
one
once.
in here. I forgot I put a guild bank into the into all of my ships.
Oh my god, this place is actually available wherever Yoon is.
So now on my ship, I can now start putting money into the guild bank on my ship. I can now access the guild bank on my ship. So I put one there. Forgot I bought that.
You're not with the Gand now, Ewan. Call yourself whatever you want.
By the way, we have over 6 mil in the guild bank.
Nice. Do I have more missions with you? Of course I do.
How did you come to be called?
That's right, there's bounty hunting and pod racing stuff. Well, not really pod racing, it's more of a...
Now this is pod racing. It's working! It's working!
I've definitely been impressed.
God, what is it? It's the gang speed bike racing.
We're playing like the pod racing game for the N64.
I actually beat all the races, and so now I was done with the game. I just never went after every single thing in that game.
Oh, I just realized there's a bed in the ship.
There's a bed? What?
Oh wait, no, there's several beds. Our bed is nicer, I think. I assume this is the captain's quarters.
No, that's the medical bay. Or wait, which one? Where? Wait, where?
This one's got like a pillows and everything.
Oh, this is the master bedroom. I get to sleep with her in here. Honestly, the pod racing in episode 1, it feels like it was just a random, like, it still feels like kind of like a thing that he thought of and to have a reason to just put in the movie, but it's still one of the best things part of episode 1.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So the mission console is only meant for weeklies, I guess, right?
That mission console thing?
Yeah.
That is like the after we finish up the final planet for the main stuff, that'll take us into the DLC stuff that you would have that they've given to free players.
Oh, nice.
Like there are some things that they have given to free players and things that they haven't.
Well, if we can't play all of them at once, it's best to just leave it as it is.
And then
I'm at Croissant, James.
Croissant?
Croissant.
Are you going to finish that croissant?
Yeah.
Are you going to finish that croissant?
That's not
Kyle, are you going to finish that croissant?
I've been thinking the whole time that planet's name sounds like croissant.
I mean, it was introduced in episode... Was it introduced
George
in
Lucas
episode
must have just had a croissant the day that he was writing that part of the universe.
Possibly.
Let's not start doing that again, because I don't want to have to go and see what if I can. I don't want to spend money on getting croissants. Thank you.
Croissant. Oh, that really crispy dough. To also with butter and jam. And what I don't know.
I just eat them. I just eat them straight plain.
Eat them straight. Like my sexuality.
Yeah. Now I don't want them anymore.
So there's multiple things here? What is this?
Okay, gosh, I need to see what.
Prelude to Shadow Raven. What are those?
The Shadows of Revan. The Prelude to Shadows of Revan. That one's part of the DLC stuff.
I said capture bounty on.
Thanks for the assist, soldier. You ought to think about taking on some bounty hunting work. You can clearly handle yourself, and the credits are good.
Horizontal spaceports.
I wasn't aware bounty hunting was even allowed in the Republic.
Yep, some kind of new justice bill.
Why do we have to come all the way back across the galaxy just to get our
Check in with the Bounty
debrief?
Brokers Association. They're running a special right now. More than enough bounty contracts.
When she talks to us on the holo terminal, it's like, oh, come back and we'll give you your next mission. It's like,
they don't like giving you your debriefings over the holo terminal where people can possibly be listening in.
So we're at Coruscant. What do I have to do at Coruscant? Croissant. Like, legitimately, what do I have to do in Croissant?
Go to your boss and give your debriefing.
Where's the boss?
I don't know, wherever her office is.
I don't know. I don't know, Will.
I have no idea.
I think she's
I'm not a
upstairs.
Where are the stairs?
I'm not a trooper.
Take a look.
We never gone back here ever.
Why does the inside of this place look like a Star movie theater?
I'm a Jedi, so I don't know.
Like, this color scheme feels like the Regal Cinemas.
Ha! Ha ha ha!
Come back anytime.
I guess it's a palace, so I guess if you're trying to evoke a sense of regalness.
Regal!
Come back anytime.
Okay, I found her.
Oh.
Where is she?
I just looked at the map to connect if I used hallway.
I don't know if you're here with me, James,
Wait a minute.
or
You're not actually on Croissant. God damn it, you got me saying it. Dang you. You're not on Coruscant. You are on the freaking Republic. You are on the freaking Republic of... You are on the Republic fleet. Nick, you're on the Republic fleet with me.
Explains a lot. Why I can't find James and I only find you.
You followed me to the Republic fleet.
No, I didn't follow you. I went here to Croissant.
I hate you so much for getting me to call it that. With every fiber of my being, I hate you so much for that.
Kyle, would you like to go to Croissant with me?
I think I'd rather go to to Baguette instead.
Oh god.
I'd rather go to Donut.
Oh.
A toast to that.
Oh,
I'll go to French Toast. The other planet Toast colonized by a different
Star
country.
Wars fan is going to kill me.
If it kills you, can I have your stuff?
No. Oh, my uncle. He's alive still, but if he wasn't, he would be rolling over in his grave.
You can still roll over his grave.
No, but I guarantee he felt that disturbance in the Force.
He probably just has an imbalance of midichlorians.
I felt like hundreds of millions of people died in an instant.
I felt that pain within my soul as soon as I said it. And I just couldn't stop myself. My brain my mouth said it, my brain just swatted at nothing, was like, no. And I just felt pain. I'm on Tython. The Jedi Order can just excommunicate me from here. I could just be exiled. Just send me to Dagobah.
How do you uncheck missions?
Oh, going to the missions tab, which I can't figure out what key it is right now. But it would look like no, you see your glowy icon. Go to the next one over. You're up at the top. You see how there's one that's kind of flashing a little bit?
Mission logs.
Go to mission logs. And I'll just click the little circle.
I don't need to do
whatever mission.
I don't want. Yeah. I don't need that bounty hunter thing. I only did it by accident.
So you just click the circle, and then it's just basically you just you're untracking it. Basically, when I start a new character, the one I untracked is a conquest one. I'm still technically doing the quest. I just don't track that I'm doing it. Oh, these Jedi Masters are idiot. Are so. Oh, dang.
Bodacious?
Either they're idiot. They definitely. They're asking for death. They want to redeem the Emperor. The Sith Emperor. They want to redeem him.
Oh, so they're gonna make Palpatine somehow return.
Yeah, that sounds
familiar. This one it's not Palpatine. His name is Tenebrae.
The dead speak.
I have survived. I made clones of myself. If you strike me down, the stronger I will get. The Jedi Order is no more.
Why can't I go in? Oh, I have to use my ship to get to Coruscant. I have to go on my ship to use the Coruscant?
Oh, did you skip a step?
Apparently!
Does it still say to travel to Coruscant?
Yeah, use your ship to travel to Coruscant. I'm here.
Oh, because you teleport. Did you teleport here?
I used my ship to travel here.
Teleport, Mario.
What am I supposed to do, James? Unless it's on the second floor. Is it on the second floor?
Oh, when I got here, it said track to Garza. So I think maybe it just didn't register that you played it. I don't know.
I want to talk to Jaxo.
Ooh.
Oh. I have mail. Do 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 Maya he Maya who Maya Maya ha Maya he Maya who Maya ha Maya he he
Open for business. Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Nima ye ista cresta
Yeah, I guess the actual or the original song is like in I forgot what language.
Not sure. It's also not called Numa Numa. It's something else. And you know what's funny is that One Republic, one of the popular pop bands of this generation, has a new release. I forget what that song exactly is called, but one of their new releases, their rhythm sounded so similar to Numa Numa. I was like, why? And then someone in the comments like, it's because it's made by the same composer as Numa Numa. I was like, oh, that explains so much. But it's like every time that song plays, I was just like, it keeps playing that same rhythm, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is jarring in my head.
Okay, so the original song was called Dragosti Dinte.
By a Moldovan pop group.
Moldovan?
Yeah, I'm also looking at Wikipedia. Moldova is a country in Eastern Europe.
Ah.
So yeah, it's an Eastern European song.
Ah. So desu ne.
That's not right. You got the eastern part of the wrong continent.
I now got to travel to the Emperor's Fortress. That's now where I gotta go.
See, Will has the right idea. There are emperors in Japan. Emperor, just one.
Are they a Sith?
It's the Sith Emperor's Fortress.
I was asking Kyle if the Japan emperors are Sith.
I guess it's open to interpretation.
Only Sith deals in absolute.
Yeah. See, so I'm not being Sith by saying it's relative.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, I'm going deep into enemy territory.
Deep in the balls.
With the way Will said that, I mean.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Gonna say he sounded like he experienced mild constipation while saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I walked right into that one.
That's some deep balls you got there. I hope the war is.
What?
I hope the war is worth it.
I can't. You guys can't come and help me fight the Emperor.
I'd rather not come.
What, you don't want to come face to face with the Emperor?
Where's... Oh, wait. Is this the lady friend? Oh, I haven't seen you since the first episode session we did this, and that was like 4 years ago. Well, actually, it was 3 years ago, but still. Oh my god, I haven't seen you in like forever. I haven't made love to you in like forever. Let's do it, baby.
Hey there. Glad you could make it. Sit down. Take a load off. I hear you've been a busy man lately.
Why do... I'm not in a relationship yet, right?
Check your
Will?
Star Wars
Okay.
Facebook to confirm.
Have you done the horizontal mambo with your quote unquote girlfriend yet?
We have not done any relationship. She just said she had feelings. We have feelings. We might be interested.
Oh, that's
Okay.
the Koku Haku, so that should make it official. But
So you said you had feelings, and she said she's had feelings.
Potentially.
And what happened after that?
Nothing. Maybe?
Where?
I don't know.
I mean,
Nothing. Nothing.
Star Wars is complicated, man. It's so much more subtle than something like Tomodachi Life, where it's very obvious what happened.
Neither one of you said that we will see where things went, where things will go.
Yep.
Is that what happened?
I think so. Yep.
Okay, if that's what happened, then yes, you are in a relationship with her. That's basically the beginning of it.
I should have done this before that relationship. God dang it.
You doing any flirting or anything else with any girl while she's in your party with you, you're screwed. You will piss her off.
Wait, I could have done this without her having in the party?
Yes, if you had asked me before you did that.
Oh, hold on. Give me a second. I'm closing out the game.
No, just hit escape. Just hit
Escape from that relationship.
If you just hit the escape button, you would have you would have just backed out of the conversation. You would have been able to have dismissed her, and then you would have been able to go right back into that.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got this. I got this, Will.
You seem very knowledgeable with this stuff, Will. Do you play Persona games?
No, I just found out the ways around the stuff because I have
Learn from negative experiences.
I have multiple characters, and I started finding out tricks and traits around certain things.
This is how he manipulates his girlfriends.
I don't have IRL. I don't have real.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is virtual girlfriend. This is why he has multiple.
I mean, how do you think I got all those waifus in freaking Genshin?
That means you have to play Persona and get like the harem route.
So I just talked to Garza. I don't remember there being a conversation with what's her butt.
What's her butt? Is it the old lady or the flirty lady?
Well, I just talked to the old lady.
I'm here. Okay.
Because my objective just says to go to the gauntlet. It doesn't mention what's her place.
You gotta remove her out of your party.
She says it's unavailable.
She's unavailable.
Okay.
So if now you can't talk to that person anymore.
No, I can.
Okay. If you're trying to summon somebody, and you can't summon any of your companions,
am I good?
You should be okay.
Going back in. I cannot summon any of them.
As long as they're not.
Should I just summon one of the? Should I just summon the droid? Should be okay.
As long as you don't if you can't summon them while in there, if you're outside there and you have somebody summoned, make sure it's not her.
I don't have
and then
her.
Go back in.
I just have I have the droid. That's it. It should be fine.
Then if it's the droid, then you're fine. Then you are fine.
All right.
She will just make sure that because she won't find out. She should not. She won't find out about this.
As long as I don't have to have her find out, I'm going dark.
She won't find out about this. I will tell you that part because the droid obeys you. 100%. The droid obeys you.
Why are they janky right now?
I don't know, but the game's not pulled up on Twitch right now.
Oh, whoops. I was like, they did a curse. They did a kiss.
I guess it is getting late.
Wait, is this part of the quest?
Yeah, mine was part of this. quest. Ooh, I don't have to go.
I don't remember getting a quest to talk to her since the last time.
The only way you get this one is if you had tried to romance her in the beginning. Like, if you had flirted with this person at a specific point. I can't remember what the point, when this point was, but if you had flirted with her. So
I got 50. I got 50 dark side points. Heck yeah!
So if you'd never flirted with this person, you don't get that. Since Nick did flirt with her at some point, he got to do this.
Heck yeah!
Why do you get dark side points for flirting with her?
Because he basically, in a way,
cheated on my girlfriend.
Quote unquote, cheated on the girl that he's trying to have a relationship with. And yeah, so he's being a space player.
I'm gonna tell your girlfriend.
I am being a for this character. He's a one-woman person, but I'm going through all my characters and going after each girl that there is to go after. And sadly, this character only has one female character that is on this team. There is no other female character.
Don't worry, James. I go with other guys.
Oh, how dare
against you!
Some characters, they only have one female companion. Others have two female companions. So it's dealer's choice when it comes down to that one. And yeah, I got one character that's... No, it's not that one. It's...
Alright, I have to go to my ship again. So I have to go to my ship and then try to activate this Coruscant thingy.
Mm. Call droids. No, I see that speeder, and I kept thinking that you were on Nar Shaddaa, but you're not on Nar Shaddaa. You're on Coruscant.
I'm on Coruscant these nuts.
No.
Salusa Secundi's nuts.
Nar Shaddaa these nuts.
Nuts.
And I wanted to kill the protocol droid.
Rude.
That's really rude. Do you not know that droids have feelings? Are you droidist?
These droids have no feelings. They were programmed with no feelings.
Oh my god, Will's droidist.
No, I'm not. I'm a separatist.
Oh my god, when did Will become Count Dooku?
You weren't paying attention to the red and black lightsaber?
I never pay attention to whatever you do.
Of course you don't.
Who was your favorite character in Star Wars, though, Kyle?
I actually really don't have a favorite.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I probably don't either. Part of me would be tempted to say Han Solo, but I don't think that's true.
You got pushed off the edge.
Okay, so how do I do the ship travel to Coruscant?
I mean...
Like, what do you mean, ship travel?
See, the thing is, a lot of people, like, were, I guess, frustrated with Return of the Jedi because of the Ewoks, but I actually like Ewoks a lot. I think they're funny.
Seriously, what do you mean ship travel?
It literally says, use your ship to travel to Coruscant.
Okay. You're already on Coruscant, right?
Yep.
I like R2D2.
Basically,
a
just
lot
travel
as well.
to, just go to your ship.
You like R2D2?
And BB-8 for the same reason.
You're on your ship.
Yes.
Go to a different planet. Just go to a random planet.
I'm going to a Republic fleet. That's the closest.
Yeah, you can just go to some random places and go back to Coruscant. That's how you do it.
I mean, BB-8, it's like one of the only. It's like the only character in the sequel trilogy that I kind of liked.
It's basically R2D2's personality, but rolls around like a ball, which is fun.
Very sassy.
Like BB-8 is like the child version of R2D2. Like R2D2 was like brand new, or I won't say brand new, but in terms of the lore and chronological order, in Episode 1, R2D2 was just a repair droid, and he was off the presses and kind of thing. Like BB-8 is like Episode 1 R2D2 is what I say.
It's take me a while to defeat these guys.
All right, now I got the Garza thingy. God, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Can I fast travel there? Yeah, sort of.
Wish I could just fast travel right to the Emperor's freaking throne room, and then I could just do what I need to do and be done with this, but no. I gotta run through his whole dang ship thing, find his throne room, fight him, try to convert him back to the light side of the Force, and pray to God I don't die.
It's a busy day, man.
Is that not normal for you?
We're gonna need some death sticks after this. And maybe a drink.
I'll death stick your butt.
What?
James.
What?
No.
What?
Just no.
What?
Straight no.
Balls deep. You'd be like,
I keep using the wrong move. Oh, that was
it'd be like Spaceballs, and then Spaceballs 2, balls deeper, and then Spaceballs 3, balls with a vengeance, and then it would be live free or balls.
Ball hard.
Ball hard. Ball hard. And then it'll be like the fifth one. No, Spaceballs, a good day to ball hard.
Focus.
Captain, come in. You may stand at ease.
I understand you've succeeded in bringing Havoc Squad up to full strength.
Try not to die to the freaking all these Sith.
Havoc Squad can take down whatever the Empire throws at us, Commander, sir.
That's what we were hoping for. General Garza.
Because I don't know if you all can see my health. It does go down some, but it does.
I'm not paying attention because I'm in the conversation.
Any ship traveling through hyperspace.
Of course. Even when I'm fighting for my life, I get no respect.
I'm gonna skip through this dialogue because it took me a while.
It's good to know the attack won't end before
Oh, so many enemies. When will they end?
Run the numbers from the Imperial's readout.
Your ship and those of my battle group will approach the gauntlet.
Short, repeated hyper jumps are very inefficient. Once we're...
Oh my god! What happened to my character? He just moonwalked backwards! What is this? Why is Garza... Like, James, you're seeing my screen right now.
Yeah, you just get one.
Why is Garza just looking at that back there?
I think he doesn't know whether to call her for an exorcist. or to be proud.
Failure has never been an option, sir.
Quite right.
When you're aboard, begin the demolition operation. Sergeant Specialist Vic will then go into the core with you.
How should I deploy my other squad?
During your demolition operations, 2 Havoc squad members of your choice will assault all data from the weapons.
This capability
Why are you on this table?
Provide mobile backup to the rest of the team as needed.
It also lets you
Why are you on the table, James?
Evacuate the gauntlet immediately.
Understood?
I'll assign the bridge assault.
We cannot overemphasize the importance of this mission, Captain.
You and your team are no strangers to situations like this. If anyone can lead the charge in this battle and...
Let's go ruin the Emperor's day.
James, why are you on the table?
Because I can.
James was just standing. I thought my companion Yoon was on the table, and I realized, wait, that's James's. What the heck? No yawning.
My bad.
Just 5 more. Just this last enemy, and then I'll be right into the Emperor's throne room.
All right, we can do the finish up the intermission and then get ready for chapter 3. I think that'll be our that'll be end this session. So then I can start right away with Ace Attorney, because that should take about a few hours to get through, and I want to wake up early tomorrow.
Yeah, I did see the title of your streamer is about finishing games, and I was like, you don't really finish Star Wars online, do you?
Yes, you technically do via the campaign. We are getting to the final chapter finally.
It is finite.
Yeah. As for Ace Attorney, though, I did do that a little bit yesterday, so I'm prepared to finish it up tonight. Because apparently Justin told me that it was going to last for about 7+ hours, and so I was like, all right, I'll take half of it done yesterday, and then the rest of the night.
It's like an actual court case taking that long.
Yeah. Great Ace Attorney is the I would say the unfortunate child that decides to longevitize every single conversation they do.
Have you guys ever been called in for jury duty before? Just a kind of like unrelated note.
I legitimately, for the first time, and like first time, like legitimately in the first time, I think about like it was like a couple years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was about like 2-ish years ago. I for the first time got called in for jury duty. And
for me, I got a lot of summons when I was still a college student, and got to defer most of them because I was like out of the area for school, but it was only ever when I was in college, and as soon as I graduated and like since coming back from Japan and everything, I've not gotten another one. Like it seemed like a very demographic thing if they specifically wanted like somebody with at least a high school education, age 18 to 22, without a criminal record.
Yeah, that's the
from
thing.
The area that I'm from.
Well, that's the thing is that my dad, my mom, my brother, even my brother got a lot of jury duties over the past 20 years, and like for some reason I never got a single jury duty ever, and I kept complaining about it, and I finally got my
you got lucky.
I never got a single jury duty until like 2.5 years ago, like about 2-ish years ago, 3 years ago. And that is at the current moment my only jury duty summon. And I got that deferred because I was telling like, I did this and this and this, and it's like I'm still working, so I don't know if I'm gonna fully commit. And then they just said, no, you're not gonna be picked. And I was like, cool.
Yeah, it's especially if you're kind of one of the higher numbers in the field of people to select from, you're probably not going to be called, but...
Yeah, I just never did jury duty, so...
I had to actually go into court twice, but ended up not being selected, and the second time it was like literally less than a week before I left for Japan, and so there's the bit where like, the judge is like talking to everybody in the room, like asking them about whatever... And he was like, what do you do for a living? And I was like, I'm about to move to Japan for a job. And I think I said the date, like this Saturday I'm going to move to Japan. And he was like, did you just say this Saturday? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, okay, no further questions.
The Imperials are run for their money, sir.
We'll be in contact if anything.
I also distinctly remember one of the first you know, 10 people or whatever on the list was a guy who was like a fresh high school graduate, because this was like July of that year.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like an 18-year-old, and he was like not having it with being called in for jury duty. Like he was giving the judge such an attitude.
As Specialist Vic and Sergeant Yoon already have assignments, available personnel for the bridge assault are myself.
But yeah, I have not been summoned throughout my 20s, basically. Not since I was 21 or 22.
Who's 4X? Oh. Oh, that is M1 4X. They spelled 4X as F-O-R-E instead of like 4X. What the frick? Use
Take Sergeant Jorgen and show me what you've got. We'll get the job done.
It's an honor. Thank you, sir. I'll see to our final preparations, sir. Any further words for the squad?
Havoc is the best squad in the Republic because it has the best soldiers in the Republic. And that's why we'll succeed.
We may be charging headfirst into the most advanced weapon of war the Sith Empire has ever built, but we will succeed. The odds may be impossible. The enemy may outnumber us 10 to 1, but Havoc's squad will succeed.
Sir, yes, sir.
No one tell that I cheated on my girlfriend. In actuality, no one take that out of context, and like, if I ever get in a relationship, do not say I am not that a playboy in real life. I do only do this because it's funny in the game. Unless it's James, I do it with anybody. Who is this person? Yoon is required for the...
Yeah, that trying to convert the Emperor back to the light side went over very well. Not.
Gotcha. This is the first time I'm seeing all of Havoc's squad for the first time together. Like, this should be the normal.
Wait, why is the... Oh, I guess your companions don't follow you and heal you.
Well, you should automatically have a companion out right now. I'm gonna die. I thought that destroyed was good. Why is my companion not healing me?
Feel my pain on having the health drop so low. I now have to take the Emperor's Wrath, well, now going to be former Wrath, with me to Tython, and it's a Sith.
Why is my girlfriend not having any? Is gray?
I don't know, but maybe she knows what you did. No, I'm kidding. She wouldn't know what you did.
That's why I was like, you told me it was okay.
No, if she actually knew what you did, you would have gotten the thing saying that she disapproves.
What this game teaches is that as long as they don't know, everything is okay, right?
Let's go with that.
I actually legitimately have to wait for my energy to go up for the first time ever because of this specific boss right here. I don't know if you have to fight this guy named Pain. He is a pain.
I have all my companions now. I actually have all my companions.
Why is so chunky?
Why is this guy so chunky?
Let's see, for you guys just got the... You are the trooper, you guys just got him. You guys have Jorgen.
Yep.
Got Alara. You have your robot, and you guys got Yoon.
And Vic.
And you guys have Vic. Yeah, so you guys have 5 companions?
Yep, should be.
You guys have all of them.
Not the girl I flirted with. I want her.
You don't get her.
Darn it. Do I have another...
You only get a max of 5.
Do I get to have another moment with her?
I do not remember.
Darn it. She was my favorite. Oh, my favorite.
I know you'll get a good, nice moment with your one girlfriend.
Yeah, but she was my first. She was my friends with benefit.
I mean, you also get a marriage proposal. And she's the one who offers the marriage proposal.
Progressive.
Allstate.
She's the one who pursues
you said progressive.
She's the one who pursues you for the marriage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like if she's ready, she can be the one to pop a question. I mean, it doesn't have to be the man doing it.
But that's traditional. It's the man.
She pops it in the most. I'm trying to think of it. It's like in the most cute, kind of awkwardish kind of way that she. It's like, are you gonna get it out? You can get it out. Come on, use your words. In a way that it's like you kind of want to pick on her for it, but you can't. It'll just ruin the moment.
Now I actually have my manager.
I'm bringing Lord Scourge with me.
Scourge.
That's what this Sith's name is. The freaking the Emperor's Wrath. Well, former Wrath. His name is Lord Scourge.
That just sounds like something that they decided to make on the cutting room floor, and it was like, you know what? It's sticking.
And oddly enough, his race is pure-blooded Sith. That's the race. His name is pure-blood Sith.
Anyone else is pure blood? Balls.
What? I would be concerned if that was the.
It's not trying to understand what's going on inside his head.
Yeah.
It's getting late night. Yes, Skull. What's up? Balls. We're playing Spaceballs. We're playing the game. It's the sequel to Spaceballs. Spaceballs 2, Balls Deep, and then soon we're going to move on to Spaceballs 3, Balls with a Vengeance.
Is that what Ace Attorney is about?
Yeah, live free, balls hard, and then the fifth one, a good day to ball hard. Balls. One trip and it's done.
Wait, you're already at the next cutscene?
Oh yeah, I'm going through this fast.
Trying to skip everything I can.
Oh, I'm fighting all the enemies so I can get like some stuff and experience. Oh, I'm frozen. My balls shriveled up.
Oh.
There's also a companion that they got them straight into talking about balls.
I like to call him Baller.
And because of them talking about croissants, I accidentally called Coruscant croissant. And to add insult to injury of all of this, I am now level 69.
Yes.
Nice.
Now he is in balls deeper.
What?
Now he's in balls deeper territory.
By the way, I am now officially into chapter 3.
I'm gonna die.
Yep, you just died. It shows that you have no health on my screen. I mean, it showed you had no health on my screen, right? Right before you died on your stream.
Might as well do a thing. I have about 10 seconds to do a thing.
Well, while I'm at it, I might as well talk to every one of my companions that I can talk to.
Don't sound very excited about that.
Make sure you teach them about the balls.
Nope. I will not be teaching them anything about that.
Scrotum Lord. You're a terrible companion that you can't heal me. Even my girlfriend is better than you.
Why didn't you keep her?
Well, what? Keep her?
Why didn't you keep her?
It's because apparently I can't do this mission without you.
Oh, that.
Why else would I have Yoon out?
I don't know, because you were talking about balls.
Yes, I would like to, and not die. But apparently this ball is so tiny, it can't even handle healing. Heck, he can't even deal with a maintenance droid.
Word to return, I got disappointment. I flirted with my female companion, and she disapproved of the flirting. How rude!
How rude!
How dare! No.
I'm just imagining that GIF that Kyle sent about Jar Jar being how rude.
Oh yeah. That's because I was trying to find a Jar Jar Binks GIF that was like disapproving, and the main GIFs that pop up when you search Jar Jar are him giving the thumbs up.
All I did was call her a tease. All I did was call her a tease for like holding back, just she was hiding all her, using all her best moves on all the enemy.
That sounds like she's a player by using her best moves against all the enemies, in the bedroom.
Well, no, it wasn't about like using that against all the enemies for the bedroom thing. I wasn't using it in that context. It was more for fighting. She took it in that way though, because of her comeback, and then she disapproved. How rude! How dare!
How rude!
Me. Well, yeah, I'm officially in chapter 3. How about you guys? So I gotta travel to Basavis, which is the prison planet.
The balsamic?
Savage. Oh god dang it. No, there goes another planet.
Oh, you should not have heard me when I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of saying Uri, the sacred beasts being like udon, ravioli, and
I heard those ones. I heard them all.
what was the third one? Justin, where are you? It was ravioli, udon, and the third one. I don't even know what it was. It's so boring that's why.
My favorite part is about to start. Vic, come in. The seals are disabled.
That ugly bug got you through after all, huh? Heading to...
Are you on your ship?
I don't know about ship.
Oh, okay.
But you can ship these nuts.
It looked like you were on your ship.
You can ship these nuts.
Oh, I give up.
This is the balls stream.
I should just go and play with my Sith character and just murder things.
Speaking, like, random thought, we should definitely play some more 3DS games on stream whenever we can.
Some what games?
3DS games.
I can't think of multiplayer 3DS games that I own besides Animal Crossing.
Oh, there's plenty.
Oh, well, and Pokemon, obviously.
Well, not just Pokemon. There's like, oh, where? Oh, yeah, there it is. If you are fine with modding to get certain ROMs, there's also there's Zelda Triforce Heroes, which I've been working on getting 100% all that equipment so that it'll be a lot easier to complete certain things.
I'm looking at all the classes for the Republic side, and only one of them has 2 female companions that you'll be able to romance.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad the imps didn't put
And that's the smuggler class.
Use a break. Sergeant Ewan, go meet up with Forex and
But then when you go to the Imperial classes, you got 1, 2 classes that
I can't even see your face. No, I'm listening to you.
Technically, I mean, there's 3. There's one class that's got 2 that you can that has 2 females that you can romance, and one that has 3.
Do I actually have to summon out Vic? I was like, why is Vic not around? I have to physically summon out Vic when he's not. Okay, game.
Now, one of those females on one of those classes for the Sith side is a droid. And yes, you get to romance a droid.
I mean, there's a lot of romancing with droids. Heck, even Overwatch has it.
But the droid one, you can only go so far.
I am only physically able to be programmed by a certain amount of pleasure.
It doesn't let you go into the pleasure part.
Aww.
It only lets you romance her up to a specific point, and then she basically starts calling you inferior.
Does she not have a virgin alarm, like in Spaceballs?
She looks like she would. She basically almost looks like she would be basically looks like she'd be Dot's great-great-grandmother, or so many great.
I remember when we were watching Spaceballs, James, Kyle, and I, we were just...
James did not watch that with us. It was just the 2 of us, wasn't it?
I thought it was James did.
We watched Die Hard as the 3 of us.
Well, I know that, Kyle, you were just laughing at the idea of virgin alarm.
That movie was, I mean, there were some good jokes in it, but it definitely struggled to, like, advance the sort of plot it was trying to tell.
It's definitely a product of its time, is what I would say.
Well, it's like you have a parody like Galaxy Quest that actually, like, you know, has storytelling and functions like a movie with a plot, whereas Spaceballs was like, we have all these ideas for jokes and have to awkwardly stumble as we're trying to, like, get from point A to point B.
Mm-hmm.
AKA from point joke to point other joke.
I am your father's roommate, second roommate, or whatever. And that means nothing.
Yeah, your father's cousin's former roommate.
I hate yogurt, especially with strawberries.
Who said that?
I think that was the Darth Vader character who says it.
I don't remember that, but okay. But then again, there's a lot of that movie.
That was a
my
line
God.
that I used to hear people quote from long before I ever saw that movie.
You got killed so hard that you got defeated twice.
I fell off a bridge.
I got the message. Got the message twice. Showed that you got defeated twice. You got killed so hard.
I died hard.
You died so hard. You got defeated.
Die Hard 2, like Spaceballs 2 died. Now it's Spaceballs 3 with a vengeance.
So glad this rescue inhaler came with 200 puffs.
No, actually, I already died. So I died once. It died once. It was a sequel, and then then I was already third, and then I died a second time, and then now I'm on the fourth. I died again, and I'm on the fifth. Wait, I died again, according to that. So that means I'm on the unannounced six, which probably will never happen.
Do you know what I'm also just now realizing? I totally spaced. Your companion's level with you. With me being level 69, now my companions are level 69. That means my quote-unquote wife companion is level 69.
Ah, yeah, I did not know you guys were 69ing each other.
I said, freaking damn it. You know how hard it is going to be to get out of level 69? And I walked right into that
Long
one.
enough to be level 70.
God damn it, why do I always walk into these things? Shut up, you stupid protocol droid!
Have you said
Sounds
please?
like you're not following protocol.
Have you said please?
Lord
That would be
Scourge,
proper protocol.
just please, I beg you here. I will just please, just kill me.
Hi, James. Bye, James.
Amity, kill me. Somebody. Either Amity or Lord Scourge.
I died. I have to go all the way around. So I went the opposite direction because apparently the bridge just got destroyed while I was walking on it, and so I got teleported back to the medical plate.
Even my astromech is now level 69 too. I can't take any of these guys out of here. No doubt about it. No. On why?
You don't get to die yet.
Where is the thing? Oh, right here.
Yeah, I'm traveling to the guild ship.
The Gerald ship?
Our guild ship.
Gilfar.
Our nice little guild fleet ship. Oh crap, I forgot Scourge was my companion. Go away. No, I don't. Oh, that's right. I put these weird little disguise terminals down. Forgot the Underworld Syndicate one. What was this one? I can't access this one. Oh, that's right. It's from right here. The Wookiee terminal. We got
good to go in just
slot machines.
Captain, this is Sergeant
Cantina,
Flores. We can
bars.
I can't even see your face.
All data has been retrieved, but Imperial reinforcements are overwhelming.
There's a
our
Cantina
position.
dancer
Hold.
terminal.
Are your explosives in place? Are we clear
Cantina
to return to the
band.
ship?
And a hut disguise.
Our objectives are complete. I want you all back aboard the ship on the double.
Copy that. Let's go.
Understood.
Right, time to send this thing to the ball dimension.
Use the balls, James. Stick it to them.
It's not the way to go.
Oh, they're using dual... No, this is not Dual Fates. This is Battle of Heroes. This is from the 3rd. Honestly, out of all the... I was gonna say Dragon Ball. All the Star Wars music, Duel of Fates, I'm So Sorry, and Battle of Heroes are like my absolute favorites for Star Wars, and they're all from the prequels.
Let's move the flagship.
Battle of the Fates is like, it's the worthwhile conclusion of
Duel
Phantom Menace.
Yeah. Duel of Fates is solid. It is really good. After rewatching it, I was like, okay, yeah, this fight is really solid.
It's like the defensible bit of getting a guy to play the villain who's a martial artist rather than an actor because he was able to perform so well in that scene.
Yeah, actually, if I want to watch Clone Wars and from the start to finish, but they got Darth Maul's stunt actor to play the one who played Darth Maul in the original. They got him to play season 7. My girlfriend.
It's good to see you.
Oh, yeah, sorry, your girlfriend died.
Mess out there. I almost didn't make it. I'd be dead if not for her.
Wait, why does your Jordan look different?
She wouldn't take no for an answer. Had to patch me up even under heavy fire. She took a lot of hits.
She's still blinking, so I guess she's alive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope it's not glitching.
Thorn's status now.
You and I managed to take care of the worst of her wounds. She'll pull through.
Your Jordan looks different than my Jordan.
The important thing is that you both got out of there. I'm proud of you.
Wait, why does he have a
I think she
cape?
would have left me behind if I'd shot her myself. And I wasn't about to let that ex-imp upstage me.
You two want to talk about this later. We're sitting on a
Wait, does this Jordan have a cape?
Time it, people. We're getting out of here.
Your Jordan has a cape. Mine does not.
I think because I get some side missions with him. Who is this guy?
Depends on what. If you put on any armor on your.
Who is this Thala person?
I've been stuck in this loading sequence. I started the cutscene before you did, and it's just stuck in the loading.
Do you have to press spacebar?
What?
Press spacebar. It says press spacebar on my end. Now I have a black screen.
Oh, same.
It also depends on like if you put any armor onto your companions, which you can. You can change their armor. You can change their weapons. I mean, they can't get any bonuses from them. It just basically. It just becomes all cosmetic on them. So, like if they can use a lightsaber, you can change the lightsaber. It just has to be the kind that they can use. So like if they're single hilt, they can only wield single hilts. If they wield double hilt, it can only be double hilts you can change.
I'll proceed to Coruscant immediately, Admiral.
Empire's greatest weapon has been destroyed. Congratulations, Havoc.
And same with the same with different blasters, etc., etc.
Dun dun, and it's the end of the episode. Dun 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 dun.
How many like super weapons have we destroyed?
Well, about 4 or 5. Why was I standing on my console?
And now you'll be on the way to destroy
super
the.
Weapon. Like, didn't we just like? It's like how many? I don't know.
And now with chapter 3, you'll be on the way to destroy the ultimate super weapon.
So we have to do Coruscant talk first before chapter 3 happens.
Yeah, you do that one, then you'll be get to. Then you'll come back to your ship, and then I think we'll just.
Yeah, we're gonna end it there.
We'll hover over.
Yeah, we hover over whatever planet we need to go to, but that's the end.
Balsavis.
Balsavis?
Balsavis.
Balsavis?
Balsavis.
Not calling it what you want me to call it.
Balsamic?
I just accidentally went through a door to get back onto the gauntlet. I'm like, wait, didn't I already destroy it?
Yep.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
You can reboard the ship that doesn't exist.
I mean, it exists in a different timeline.
It won't stop you, but get this. Technically, we actually have 6 companions because you have that C2N2.
Which is, what kind of companion is he?
He's a freaking protocol droid, and he's not really suited for combat, but he has a blaster.
And it says his Yoon is an ally, and yet he is and yet they consider him part of Havoc.
Yeah, he is part of Havoc.
But he's also considered an ally mainly.
He's a weird one.
You're a weird one, Mr. Yoon.
Mr. Grinch.
Mr. Grinch. You shouldn't be balls deep.
It can't be any weirder than the original Havoc squad.
I forget. I know one of them we managed to just he worked with us. On the one that we killed, did we kill 2 of them?
I think there's a couple choices on whether or not to let them die or whatever.
Only a couple of them we didn't have a choice. The other one of them we did leave alive. I don't know about the other one. Other ones.
Well, I know you. I don't think you've gone to the. Well, you'll be on the way to the final one, I believe. I think
it's the final countdown.
My final brain cells already left.
Always felt that's a pretty stupid song.
Wait, what? Final countdown?
Yeah.
Why is it a stupid song?
It's just, it's the sort of song that just, it only belongs in like movie soundtracks. Like it's just kind of tacky, I guess. I feel the same way about Eye of the Tiger.
I like that song.
I mean, Eye of the Tiger was made for Rocky 4. I think it's Rocky 4 or Rocky 3. One of the two. No, Rocky 3. Yes.
The Imperial Ministry of War is a
It's good to know our work paid off.
Oh God, I have Vic with me.
Deal under your command. Your leadership and skill and commensurate promotions will be issued.
I am a major.
I'm honored to accept.
Yeah, you get promoted, and
when presented, I'm also recommending you.
I mean, at some point you get to you can choose who you get to promote, either Jorgen or your girlfriend.
And their heroism in
Jorgen von Strangle.
Do you approve?
Yeah, you get to.
They should get more.
So it's like who gets to be promoted.
And Jorgen risked his life to get her out of there. They deserve higher commendations.
With your recommendation on top of mine, now, I'm afraid that not all of our
By the way, whichever one you promote, the other one's pissed off.
Well, I know who's I'm promoting.
General Rakton of the Imperial, you have made a grave error. By destroying the gauntlet, you have destroyed.
So if you don't promote the girlfriend, you don't get to complete full romance with her.
I feel like that's a conflict of interest. Like that would actually get you like in any proper military, you'd be fired for like promoting someone.
Like you don't get to really complete it. She stays with you, but you kind of it's like you don't really get to kind of complete the romance thing with her.
Putting all output for years. The SIS is watching.
I think that's as far as that I've looked up.
All right, get out of my party, Vic.
You don't.
Oh
you
God.
You don't
Laura.
promote Jorgen.
You're gonna miss me when I'm gone.
No,
he does get pissed off, but he understands why.
I'm putting 4X. 4X is my buddy because Alora is currently out of commission. God dang it. My girlfriend, no!
Well, I forgot you could also promote him. There's things I don't remember on the Trooper. But then again, I still haven't I'm still trying to go through other things with this Sith character because I'm going straight full evil with this Sith character on the DLCs.
Evil!
I have one character who has literally all light side points, straight light side, no dark side at all.
I'm actually genuinely sad, and I respect that they actually retired Mermaid Man from SpongeBob, but I'm sad that Mermaid Man can never come back to the show because his voice actor died a while ago.
Yeah.
I was like, I love Mermaid Man. A lot of people do. They would wish he would come back, but I respect that they only bring that character in terms of visuals, not voices.
SpongeBob to me is like a product of the late 90s to the mid 2000s, you know. Also, Steven Hillenburg passed, so like...
Oh, ever since he passed, they started
making... The property can just be done, but of course it's not going to be because it's profitable.
It's also that, and they're trying to... I'm pretty sure they're trying to make it The Simpsons status.
Oh, gosh.
That's why you just go back and watch all the original stuff.
Like, ever since the original creator passed away, they made multiple movies on side characters, and they actually made spin-off and a food chain of it, which Stefan Helensberg has stated in interviews that he did not want happen.
Kind of insulting.
It is very insulting, but and they waited after his passing too. But yeah, no, there's a camp and all that stuff. And the sad part is that a lot of the voice actors are really old. So at some point, they're going to probably retire in the next next decade or so because they can't do the voices that much. So they're most likely going to have to replace them.
If I want a freaking Krabby Patty, I'll just make one myself.
Make sure you don't use real meat.
Well, of course.
Or just buy it from Wendy's. I wonder if it's still going on.
Wendy's Krabby Patty is terrible.
I want to try it. There's a Wendy's nearby my place. I have yet to just pick it up and just try it.
I already know what I'm getting me on the 26th, which is my birthday.
Mario Party?
No. I don't have the funds for that. I don't have the funds. It is not in the cards. After June, it will. After June, it could be in the card.
Only take installments from customers you can grab when they don't pay.
Depends on if things actually go the way things have been going right now. It could be in the cards after June.
How much money are we talking about here?
Not a fortune. There are credits to
Because how things have been going is I actually haven't been spending that much money throughout the months and been saving quite a bit.
Find the big duds.
Make it happen, Vic.
You got it.
I'm ready to head to Balsavis.
Balsamic?
I'm not saying that.
Balls Martic.
No, sir.
I'm just gonna hover over Balsavis.
My power core has seen extensive use, and I now have access to far great.
You must be very proud.
I am, sir. Please, sir. If I may make a request.
I beat the rush ship to the Hollow Terminal.
Sir, if I may ask, I was wondering about your opinion on Imperial superweapon.
No one should have weapons that powerful.
That is a popular viewpoint, but I cannot understand it. Surely, sir, given these weapons capable, one name stands out above all of.
What have you learned about him, 4X?
I have located no person over the past 2 weeks, however. Mentions of his name on Imperial.
No time to lose then.
The location of Colonel Rebus's research. As soon as I learn more.
Now I gotta find the missing masters and basically release them from
Mike Jorgen
the
doesn't
Emperor's
have a
grasp.
cape, but oh no, he does have a cape.
Oh.
Dangerous mark. Incoming
Gotta
transmission.
find the missing masters and free them from the Emperor's icy grip.
An unauthorized rescue mission wouldn't constitute as interfering.
We knew exactly what we were doing.
Thought so.
And I either have to have the Lord Scourge help me, or if you know, I'm gonna have Kira help me, right? My one companion, the female companion, help me because she'll.
I would have if this had been any of your.
Yeah, she'll let me do the light side and letting them
I don't take orders
live.
from once. This mission is over when I say it is.
While Scourge wants me to kill the masters.
Permission granted.
I just got back to my ship and Garza's like, come back to the office. I'm like, I was just there, woman.
Still just lying to us. Either way, the SIS had their
Oh,
chance.
man, I was just there.
At some point, I want to shoot Garza in the head to be like, stop bringing us to places where we can Hollow Terminal.
This is General Garza.
I
General Rapp.
wish. When I played as the trooper, I actually kind of wished I could have shot her.
Would have been nice to have a real break for once.
I'll brief you on the details when you're.
I truly wished I could have. Just like, Connor was like, you know what, Garza, you are not the boss of me. I am the boss of me.
If I had the choice, I would totally attempt to do it just for once and then restart it.
Sit there and go like, I am now a freelancer. That's what Havoc Squad is. We are now freelancers. Goodbye.
We pay to the highest bounty. We're bounty hunters now.
Actually, there is a class called Bounty Hunters, but we'd have to go and play on the Imperial side.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. But we're the good people.
Unless you like want to go and start a whole new characters and do this all over again with the Sith side. This all over again on Imperials. See what it was like to be the Imperials.
Nah, we played this game long enough already.
You don't want to do this again on Imperials and go through this all over again for another 2-3 years?
Nah.
Maybe even longer, because the Imperial side's even longer.
I want us to go try Fusion.
Well,
I want us to try Fusion Fall. It's a lot less expensive and it's a lot more monotonous, but it's Cartoon Network, so I'm nostalgic for that.
Actually, there is actually a few planets on the Imperial side that is shorter, but longer on this side.
Don't bed yet, Kyle. You have to make sure that you bow bed first. Hashtag bow bed.
My heart still hurts for what you.
Oh, I'm gonna bow bed, dude. That's the point of posting that emote.
No, you have to hashtag bow bed first.
Alright. Gosh.
Yeah, there we go. Have a good night.
Night.
I was just here too. Yeah, I'm complaining like James. Like, why do I have to come all the way over here?
Major, stand at ease. After we destroyed the gauntlet, the summit was held aboard a neutral.
She likes to make it harder for you guys.
You want Havoc to get the heads of state out
Well,
of there
see,
alive.
Jedi Council loves making things easy for me.
What's our intel on
the station where the heads of Spellic?
You have to deal with bureaucrats and all those people,
He's your ship.
I get to deal with just the Jedi Council, who doesn't answer to that.
Fighting through Alec will remember.
I'm skipping her dialogue because I did not want to come back here. Oh, it's because of Alara also is hurt. I can't even do some of her side stuff.
I am Zekodon Skydragon, Knight of the Republic, Galactic Peacekeeper.
Galactic Dick Keeper.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Hi, Germs.
The Galactic Peacekeeper is just a legacy title.
Galactic
I also have
Dickies.
I could just do the Skydragon Legacy, or I could do Honored Boss Friend, Discerning Customer, Honorary Protector.
Discerning Customer, these nuts.
I could do the Wealthy, Republic Die Hard. I could do Living Legend.
You're
historic.
You're not a living legend. Will.
I could do Prolific. I could do Dedicated. I could do Benefactor, First Responder, Life Day Celebrant. Do not ask me how I got that one.
Soylent Green.
This is Celebrant.
Soylent.
No. Forger of Alliances, the Unifier, First Galactic Peacekeeper, Raider of the Cove,
Raider of the Lost Ark,
Republic Legend, the Mysterious Stranger,
the Mysterious Shipper.
Mysterious Stranger, shout out back to KOTOR and KOTOR 2.
I've never played those games.
If you have played it, when you ever do get around to trying to play them,
I did try playing KOTOR 1, but it's a little bit dated. So it was not only I was playing it on my old first laptop, it was it was hard to play it because that laptop was old, was not the best, and its mechanics were a little bit weird and dated for me. So once I got off the ship, I got on the planet and just dropped it. Because it was slow, but I liked Mass Effect. But at the time, I was more into shooters than point click choices, blah blah blah.
Yeah. And I also got Bringer of War, Iocath Purifier, Iocath Monitor, the Galaxy's Finest, the Dependable, the Steadfast, the Unwavering, the Devoted, Friendly, Friend of Droids, Worthy Employer, Game Representative, Mid-Level Management.
Travel to Outpost 256.
Oh, you're still not done yet with your stuff.
Wait, what? Seriously?
Until you get the...
Hello? Are you there?
Travel to Besavis, you're not there yet.
This is Havoc Squad. It's good to meet you.
You've done this sort of thing before, right?
Quiet observer, favored by the cold mood.
My squad and I.
Feeling
Why did so
chill.
The people of Aquila truly, you're risking your life.
The Republic is always.
The citizens of Aquila, I'm going to set a.
Feeling chill. Lana's lover. Stronghold artisan, master of blueprints, and hunter.
I'm skipping through dialogue at this point. I want to get this done. Oh, my girlfriend, where is she? Is she sleeping on my bed?
And I got, of course, a lot of different
No, she's not.
character titles. What are those? It's hero.
It's already 11:30, and I'm gonna probably be up to 3:30 at this rate because of Ace Attorney. That space station disappeared. God, this thing is long.
Are you going to do more fighting?
I have to.
Stand by for examination and suggested.
I'm already done. Why is your guys' longer than mine? And I can't come and help you.
I'm gonna try to see if I can avoid a lot of these enemies now.
Wait, I thought we were done with this chapter.
No, we're still in intermission. Like until we get to the same, until we get to the same, yeah, until we get to the same, plot, like planet, like we're not done.
I can't see where you are. I literally can't see where you guys are on the map anymore. Man, I should have bought a training. I should have bought the freaking training dummy thing on this planet.
I can't see with the flamethrower. Why? Oh, I was zoomed in for some reason.
I should have bought. I should have had the unlock the training dummy on all character ships.
I wish you can help Will so this could go faster. See, M4 is way better than Yoon because like 4X is better than Yoon because at the very least he can heal me well, and I don't have, and he does decent amount of damage.
Overwhelming force.
Bum ba-da-dum ba-da-da-da-dun. Bum da-da-dun da-da-da-da-dun. I got 2 more droids to deal with and I'm good. Where is it? Ah, right here. Control room, yada yada yada. Oh. I did not realize I had to do a holocall.
Thanks for the heads up, Lieutenant.
I like how the hostages don't appear until after I do a holo call. That's just a weird little thing about this game.
Who the public soldier?
Major! It's such a relief to see.
Station systems are in.
That's fantastic.
Why didn't you tell us there was a rescue mission going on, Hellick?
That doesn't seem wise. We would probably just get in the way.
Stay out of the crossfire.
Yes, yes.
At least we won't be in here much longer. Good.
High ground completed his
At least
bonus
I can
mission.
Just, go ham with all my abilities and the hostages. So just
You know, yeah.
It's like lobbing explosives into the frame.
Unfortunately, I don't have a lobbying a lot of explosives. I just
You guys
spam my
hear
phone. No, can you help us?
No, all I can do is just stare at this planet as it rotates.
I'll stare at your
AOE
face.
attack is basically like, I don't know. Your AOE has a lot bigger than mine.
My AOE what?
Your AOE is like the area of your AOE is like 50% bigger than mine.
Why is mine bigger than yours, I wonder?
Well, your class I think is like I don't know. I don't remember exactly what your class is. We're both troopers, but you have a different like
Yeah.
specialization.
Yeah.
It's such a bigger field, and it does tons of damage. Especially towards the little guys, because it's like it basically insta-kills them if they're in that field. And I can shoot behind me.
The are right here, but like nothing. Oh, okay. I had to click like 6 hostages before it was like, oh hey.
I never had to click any hostages. I had to just get to an area, or it had just to load, and that's it.
You've made a wise choice. Embracing the Imperial way of...
Thank you, General. You've...
Indeed. It's unfortunate that your colleagues couldn't be persuaded to... Guards! Security breach! Engage Protocol 2-7 immediately!
It's funny us bumping into each other like this, General.
I'm sure you can explain what you mean from the inside. Guards,
Exit. Why did M4... M1 4X just disappear? He moonwalked out of the room. At least M1 is doing a lot of work on this end. So how are you doing, Will?
Well, Still staring at the planet as a freaking big crater-like hole just spins around for about the 4th time.
Well, that's your fault for completing your thing much earlier than ours.
Well, it's not my fault that mine was shorter than yours.
Who are you?
Blame the Jedi Council.
You'll be seeing more of us down the line.
Yes. I'm good.
Blame your bosses for sending you on a much longer mission.
Asking us to come back too.
They traded their planets to the Empire and
You better ask them for a higher pay.
What choice did we have? Our lives were at stake. Don't hide behind your people.
You guys need a raise.
We betrayed everything that we fought for. Alliances we've all held for generations.
We are at war. We don't have room for...
Agreed. Give these traitors what they deserve. If anyone asks, we'll
You
say
guys,
the
I sure as
Imperials
heck
murdered
am not paying you.
I'm under orders to bring all of you back alive.
Rest assured, traitors, that if our mission parameters did not stand paramount, I would gladly grind
You ain't getting my I'm not paying you
This will
to
never happen again.
have to go back and forth.
Imperial diplomacy firsthand.
I just pay my
I
crew.
don't think we'll take part in any future summits.
And I pay for my fuel and my crew
We will never betray the Republic again.
and for their ammunition that they need.
Your man snuck my
And
team
the
aboard.
food
Thank him for your
to be
rescue.
restocked.
Come in, Yoon. Mission complete. Unlock the crew areas.
We owe you our lives, soldier.
Tell your leaders that starting now, no Imperial will set foot on our...
Long live the...
Long live the Republic! Until the new Empire comes and kill us all!
Dang, this Rodian can put things away.
Destroy us all! Destroy us all! Destroy us all! Alright, Billy. Destroy us all! I'll take the chicken. Destroy us all! Destroy us all! Destroy us all! Can't you tell that I'm trying to make Will watch Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy now?
I've already watched all of it.
Now watch it again. You know what's sad is that all the Cartoon Network shows are gone from HBO Max because Warner Bros. Stupid decision making. We have to go back to Coruscant again.
Croissant?
Croissant. I swear, Will, if I had the chance, I would totally kill Garza right now. Why can't we do this holo terminal style?
Oh, I just clicked the button that says travel to Coruscant.
You just clicked on the planet.
Oh yeah, you can do that,
There's
right?
that little swirly next to the.
I forgot that that's the thing.
swirl.
God, I was walking all the way back. I'm still pissed. Why is she making us go all the way back? I'm fast traveling to her place. I don't mind spending extra credits just to get to her place.
Coruscant Tower.
I can upgrade my quick travel.
What level?
What is it right now? Level 1 right now, so I can probably go up to level 2. It's only because of the cooldown I would want it, but I don't really use fast travel a whole lot.
My quick travel, wherever it be.
Remember, Supreme.
That's right, it's not. Is that max?
Allies are glad too.
My
Just like we'd hoped, we've won a
improved transport for my personal starship, that's at max.
We're counting on it right now.
I can actually. Basically, my.
Oh, going to
my quick travel
Balsamic!
thing,
Yes!
That's why you're
My quick travel thing is no cooldown. I just can keep using it over and over.
Oh my god!
without any
M4 4X did a T-pose. That was creepy, but also funny. Alright, now I have to get to the... Why can't we ride inside this building? Why do we have to get out of this building to ride?
The only item,
the
the only item you can use in that
You know,
building
Professor Oak would be upset.
is the rocket
Screw
boost.
Professor Orc.
Professor Orc.
Professor Orc. The greatest professor of our time, Professor Orc. There's a place and time for everything, but now is not the time.
Orc smash.
Orc smash. I give you 3 choices: a grass type, a fire type, and a water
travel
type.
to Belsavis.
What?
I can just travel to Belsavis.
Oh wow! Oh right, let's do it.
If you click that, you'll be on the planet.
I'll quick travel there, and I can go on the ship faster. It'll be much faster. Besides, there's no cutscene when we land on it at the moment, so we're just gonna go hover over it. So, I'm gonna go back to my ship.
If you want to travel inside the places that you won't be able to use
Alara door.
Yeah, Alara is awake. I need to go talk to my girlfriend.
So speak to. Hey, oh God, hold on. Do you see this? Oh, you might see this as soon as you get there.
Alara? Oh, ooh. Alara, baby, don't.
Are you serious?
Wait a minute! When did you have a twin?
Your girlfriend does split the osmosis or mitosis.
Holy Jesus! I could do double. I could do a threesome.
Sir, I've double-checked my scores on the
Oh, the clone disappears.
Yep.
And I
Yeah, well, it's not the Clone Wars yet.
You want to get the rocket booster if you want to do the traveling inside buildings that
Sir, if you think you could spare
you can't use your mounts for.
Aw, the kiss.
I'd just like
Speak
you
to
to know how
guard
happy
Captain Sis.
Are you happy?
So we're just ending in orbit above the planet.
That's not all you see this as. I see it as companionship, support, belonging. So much. I haven't taken the time for personal relationships since I came to the Republic. Not until now. When I'm with you, I don't have to be the defector or the intelligence asset. I can just be me.
She doesn't want to be like a girlfriend, so I have to be careful with this, right, Will? I want to flirt with her, but she sounded like she doesn't like to be just called like a different woman.
You can still flirt with her. Just go and flirt with her.
And she says she doesn't like that, so I'm just gonna go with yeah.
I think I'd forgotten what the feeling was like. In any
I'll
case,
flirt with her occasionally.
You've been wonderful, and I just thought it would be good to let you know. I'll let you get back to work.
I'll flirt with her more in a second.
We've been through quite a bit, haven't we, sir? Since I joined Havoc Squad, I've seen more combat and performed more medical treatments than in my entire career beforehand. I've learned a great deal.
And there's still plenty of work for Havoc to do.
Yes, sir. Plenty of opportunities to improve my skills even further. I couldn't be prouder to be a part of Havoc Squad. I'm serving the Republic and becoming a better soldier and medic every day. And I have you to thank for it all. Most officers would never have given me this chance, but you did. Thank you.
You earned it, Alara. Nothing more to be said.
Oh, there can be quite a distance from earning something to receiving it. I owe you my gratitude. Enough talk. Let's put some of this experience to work, shall we?
Experience with me in bed. Haha.
Sir, there is a very important matter that requires...
I'm gonna have to skip this a little bit. It's getting late.
I've collected the files into data pads.
Sounds like we'll have the whole ship to ourselves.
Yes, I suppose that's true, isn't it? Please excuse me a moment, sir.
I flirted with her.
So, based on past performance when filing report, Jorgen will complete his tasks the fast. Do you think we could find a productive way to...
Let's get straight to work.
Gladly.
More kisses.
I suppose it's wrong to hope that the rest of the squad gets behind on their reports again soon. Is it time to get back to work?
Dorn! Bless it, where are you?
I think this was fantastic. Let's...
I got cock blocked. Well, not fully.
Sir, I was wondering if you've I've not heard anything since the situation with Raidu.
Captain Kaylor hasn't sent me any.
I suppose it's possible he's moved on to other cases. I attempted to contact him for my standard activity. I can't help but wonder if I'm a part of that assignment.
I know. I can't take...
I'll hope Kaylor's interests aren't quite the same as yours. We have enough to deal with. Sorry to trouble you, sir.
All right, she's done. Okay, time to go balsamic. Am I on top of balsamic? Yes, I'm top of balsamic. All right, staking your ships, guys. We're done. James, Will, are you guys dead?
What's up?
Okay.
I've been on top of freaking Balsavis.
Balls.
Balls.
On top of Balsavis.
All right, we're done. We can log out now. Oh my god, that was long. Jesus. Will, I thought this was gonna be short.
How many years?
That was all on you guys.
You said we could do the intermission. You were done with your intermission.
Yeah, I was. I didn't know your guys was gonna be that long.
You did the troopers before.
I forgot. Look at the troopers.
Yes, it's your fault that you should have told us.
God.
Well, either way, that's the end of Sword Tour. We're going straight to Ace Attorney. God, this is gonna be a while. I'm gonna have to go through that fast because I was hoping to start it like an hour ago. All right, we're gonna do there. I'm gonna be intermissioning right now, and then we'll come back. So give me a little bit of intermission break.
Freaking trying to get me to call that planet by another planet by a name that it's not its name. Not doing it. Ugh. quiet.
Alrighty then, we're back.
Are we?
Well, I need to get started with Ace Attorney because it's about time. I know that Justin has probably been waiting.
I'm most likely gonna head off to bed. I'm starting to.
No, you won't.
I'm starting to nod off. I got meds to take, especially an inhaler I gotta take.
No, you don't.
I do. I have no choice.
No, you do.
I do. I have no choice.
No, you do. You always have a choice. With great power comes great responsive power.
After I take this inhaler, I gotta rinse my mouth out. Water in.
I'll note to people that this will probably go on for a few hours, so yeah, we're gonna be at this till like probably 4 a.m.
Yeah. I'm gonna head off, take my meds.
Alright. Night, Will.
Take my inhaler and then do the rest of what I need to and then go to sleep. But I'm gonna put my sleep timer on because I'm also got Futurama going on in the background right now.
You're gonna be doing some new. You're gonna be doing some new. Doing the new revival series or whatever.
Yeah, they've already started stuff.
Of course they did.
The Hulu exclusive stuff, but anyway.
Have a nice night.
Good night, everybody. So yeah.
Alrighty then. I know some people have been waiting for this. Apologies, but now we're at this finally. Wait, did I just switch it over to the wrong game? Oh, I did it. Okay, so... Alright. Let's get this party started. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles! Woo! Alright, we're at the very last case. We're gonna go through this as fast as we can, because I don't want to stay too long, but I will do my best to read off everything. I was not expecting her to just stare. But this is the final part, so we're going to be finishing up this game. Yeah. What a stare down. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a slight intermission and whatnot, but yeah, we're going to go through this. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yumei University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Seath, I understand? Yes, Dr. Seath. We threw her mom in jail. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. Hi, Toast. You just made it to this final session of this game. This is the final session of this game, so we're ending off the story for this. If you want to stick around and watch, but otherwise, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Final judge, pretty much. Is that a Luffy picture? No, that's a Pan. It looked like Luffy for some reason. I don't recognize that face. Nivelete. Anyway, I hope your weekend has been going well. Hope you're doing well and everything. So take it easy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. Yes, final between having holiday. Oh, okay. If you're having a holiday, then that's great. The revelations about Dr. Seath that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. Between semester holiday. Oh, that Pan face, nice. Well, glad that you're in some on a holiday break. It's always good to have holiday breaks, to be honest. But yeah, glad to see you're doing well, Toast. Enjoy the dialogue. Oh, I did see the PS Network. Yeah, I was like, and then people were not able to play their games, at least when they were playing the Pro version / any of the disc attachment. And I was like, mine, it was the original PS5 disc where you don't need DRM or like online functionality. And like the fact that we are in a world where companies are pushing for online functionality for their quote unquote safety measures, so to prevent hacking or whatnot. I'm just, or like cheating and all that stuff. It's like, no, you're just making it more inconvenient for your and making more data. I'm just like, this is why I bought the original, because when they announced that was being discontinued and they want DRM for the disc attachment, I was like, there's no way in my lifetime I'm gonna commit to buying that console as my main console for that generation. People are mad because, yeah, no, like heck, even with the PS Network down, apparently Krispy Kreme donuts, I don't know if you have any Krispy Kreme donuts, but a famous donut company in, at least in the USA, has they gave out free donuts for 2 hours at a certain point in time. So if you went to somewhere, you gave you free donuts. I was tempted, but I was at the same time, I was like, I didn't play PlayStation all day today, and nor I was like really committing to that because I was busy with other things. So I was like, it was fine. But no, PlayStation really shouldn't have done that. Everyone was also talking about it was the PlayStation apocalypse again. Like apparently in the PS3 era, there was like a couple weeks of PlayStation Network down. I was not, I won't say I wasn't around. I didn't have a PlayStation during the PlayStation 3 era because I wanted one. I just got a Wii. So it ended up, I did not know that was a thing. That's funny though. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury if to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Miss Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Well, we're going through this whole story, so Toast, hang on to your seatbelts. We're seeing how this plays out at the end. Yes, it's been a while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecutor understands that you were visiting a student. You were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. I mean, there's not much details on the autopsy, it's just simple 3 pages.
Poor Mama, as secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view. She wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord von Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? He's threatening. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart that I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from that man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. But Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to it in testimony. Well, that clears up things nicely. The only fabrication here, a soji, has come from you. What? You claimed that the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint von Zeke's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the total truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you are obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint von Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
Why did we hear about the first 4? Because I don't recall ever hearing about the first 4 victims dying by rip of throat. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realm of supposition and or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Yonosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
She has a butcher knife. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Bum 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 bum.
Hold it!
I just had a thought. I bring up that moment that kind of gave me, like, chills down my spine. Hmm. Ovary. Oh, she was prepared. Good gracious. Haven't seen it in 10 years. Would you have like a ring like this? I kind of don't like it. It's too bulky and sharp. I wonder if Von Zeeks knows he has to play along with the whole thing like this. I mean, you're literally right beside me. Ooh. It's not that. Yep, that was it. It's either that he was talking about his must have swallowed, which they say it was hard to swallow, or it was like it had caused internal injury. The court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asoji. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? The evidence is right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even so. More so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that the Eva killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at that time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! I don't think he really had ever a voice. Possibly. I think maybe. I don't know. I don't think I gave him a voice, so I'm going to give him that. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that regular peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he'd swallowed a ring that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, I'm surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and the esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you? I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would have been seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. Ugh. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon my interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the source without permission will not go unpunished.
We opened up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asoji saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden, "Don't make a peep, you're coming with us." All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars.
Bang!
The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. What? Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down, the truth can't be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. We just established one thing, and you are all so focused on him. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. Ah, what a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy result. So much so that you're apparently blind to blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asoji not have disputed the findings in this trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zieks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asoji did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asoji. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ugh! Genshin Asoji's silence at this hearing can only mean one thing. Only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
If the autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. It wasn't for your frank words just now. This trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's one possible explanation. There's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy reports were an invention, that's an odd visual point.
Front-facing Von Zieks pointing at you, it does not exist. Front-facing Von Zieks.
There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Oh, and those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. That's a weird way of saying you push them out. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in the delusion these 10 years.
Me? Kazuma has created a chance for us here, Mr. Naruto. If we can only show that there's a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asoji's silence in court? This is the defense's answer to that question. Nope. God. I thought that was so confident. It's true that Genshin Soji's silence during this trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although finding it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice for the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asoji and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asoji can be explained in no other way. Order, order! First fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecutor wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison? I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. We wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men, unless I'm much mistaken, were waiting outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing fightings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. I like Von Zeke is just still standing up there. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Mary Caden, Governor of Barclay, listen.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I said, your other persona, if you don't mind. Gossip. Huh? I said, your other persona, please, if you don't mind. Persona! Oh, oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at the Barclay Vision. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professor! We've already been through this affair a decade ago. No, and the conclusion was there was wait. And the conclusion was that there was no anything toward what happened. Anything toward... Wait. And the conclusion was anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he allegedly... after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot of Mr. Soji out of prison, to break Mr. Soji out of prison, then of course, the consequences will be serious. All likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, Raleigh! All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Soji, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So, you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witness give the formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Soji out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that the Japanese jock was found guilty. The derivative came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder at Virgil Hill and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Soji right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Derivative from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor's case that was not unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell ya. I don't know how to pronounce that accent. I see. The jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office. Then one more thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Soji and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Soji's admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
Ugh. Dinebara. Dine.
Hold it!
Oh, he knew. You could sue.
Hold it!
He can sue for it. 10 years in the making. Give his job back. Give him back pay for 10 years.
Hold it!
Oh, he added something. Oh wait, no. Blaze, play new Hello Kitty game. Oh, you know, I heard about that. I actually Steamed wishlist that. I think it's mainly single player, so there's not much for me to go get it right away. Because if it was multiplayer, oh heck yeah, I would make some of my friends, even Void Lord here on call, to play it with me. Because you know what, Hello Kitty is the best, greatest franchise of all time, beating Dark Souls, right, James? No, actually, it is co-op. Hello Kitty is greater than Dark Souls. Is that right, James?
Yeah.
It is online co-op, actually. Yeah, I think so. And so, could definitely play it with somebody. Here's like Animal Crossing. Ooh, I think I can get digits on that because he likes like Animal Crossing Stardew. So there's some people who like that. I mean, I like to play. I'm open to play random games, and I did enjoy New Horizon before I dropped it. And there are some interest to play some more like that. I guess it's like more. I guess it's kind of like the daily games that are gonna be a little bit hard for me to fully get into because there's only so much I can do in a day, and I have to wait for the next day to update it, and I have to keep doing that daily, and it's a little bit tough. But you know, I know. Have you played Hello Kitty? Like, I'm assuming you've been playing Hello Kitty. Like, how is it so far? I think Hello Kitty's on. Like, James, can you look up the new Hello Kitty game? What consoles is it? I know it's on Steam. It's like called Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Steam and Switch only. Okay, and I don't think there's any crossplay on it, unfortunately. Well, how have you been enjoying the game, though, Toast?
What does this all mean?
Never tried it yet? Oh, you never tried it yet. Are you someone who likes those types of games like Animal Crossing, or like more of like the open world, like casual type playing games? Because if you like the more casual games, I know that like there's stuff like Minecraft. I like Terraria more than Minecraft now. At least vanilla Minecraft. There is also like Stardew. I'm glad this is very fun. It looks kind of fun. It's cutesy, simple. It's meant for kids, but I think I could have some fun with it at least. Especially since it has co-op, I can have some more fun with it. I do play Stardew sometimes. Ooh. Yeah, I have yet to play it. Have you beaten Stardew? Or are you just casually getting through it? I think there's an end to Stardew, if I remember correctly. Nope, casual. I still not able to find the last person to greet. I don't know Stardew that at all outside of it's like it added a multiplayer update to the whole game, and I do have it, and I do intend to play it at some point. I just never got into it. I don't know, stuff like a casual type of games like that. Always, I'm a little. As I said, I was a bit hesitant on, mainly because of the fact that it can be slightly boring, which is why I didn't play Animal Crossing until New Horizon happened, which added more freedom to do stuff. So Stardew looks interesting. I'll definitely play it with another person. Thank you for hydrate though. Right before we go into more dialogue.
Excuse me.
Getting more story. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? I'm spinning. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seems to upset you. Did it bring something in mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asoji in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you say that? What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make a man admit his crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Chicaneries? Chicaneries? Man, big words. Ah! Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asoji never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in the prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets. Oh, he said Harry Potter! He said the thing! That is Barclay Prison, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe that there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, a twin, a Asoji, and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods! Go on then. Admitting to the crimes, that was... Oh, wait, that's gameplay.
Objection!
Okay, so it's the same thing. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on the verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Osoji was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Osoji must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Heavens! The fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Osoji Papers, the name given to the last will and a testament of Genshin Osoji. Huh. It turns out that Mr. Osoji was hiding this will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you? You're wee wat. Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? Well, he betrayed him. You can't touch me now. Arrgh! When Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Osoji pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Oh, a weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Osoji Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered the prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Osoji Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx! What the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right on proper. In the fellow's cell where I said it would be. How can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? Ya peely wally galoot. Wally golly. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before. Did I know? Don't you, lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document right here. It's written in Japanese and reads, the last will and testament of Genshin Osoji, which remains everything as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? An inconsistency? Mr. Osoji described the document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of the significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting that, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above the board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word.
The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asoji papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, nearly his own life. And now you're going to do that again. Do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Vane's hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was a mastermind by someone else in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that someone elucidated the negotiations took place. It's clear that his lordship is glossing over the obvious representative facts. What did you say? We should hear more of the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man must be heard. It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw at the convict's last will and testament. Yes. Yes, sir. My lord. He still has a red mark on around his neck. As the warder responsible for condemning convicts, I attended Mr. Soji and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with the will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Soji papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in the cell, a kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with me calling me a liar for once, eh? Yeah, we waffinger. You convicted the man 10 years ago. I don't think you have any say for him calling you a liar once. Huh. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold of me anymore. Other than the hold you take. Why is he doing that? I know it says animation, but still, why is his tie is out too? They just repeated this animation, really. Other than other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, and of course, is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared? Grrrg! Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Asoji's will as far as was possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the notorious killer our country has ever seen. We were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwritten is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict's merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel of the defense, your Crocs examination. Please. Crocs! Yes, my lord.
this is a breach of trust, but Caden has no right to say about trust after what he did, and he admitted that he used Vigil as a scapegoat.
Hold it!
You could have taken the blame.
Hold it! Hold it!
And now that soul is broken. It's been chipped.
Also, you figure out if these sound alerts are.
Get out!
I don't know why the redeem was broken, but it is working now.
You're fucked.
These are only because Skull redeemed 2 and they didn't make any sound for some reason.
You're fucked.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, if you press B, it goes backwards. I did not know that. Boom, 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 ba-da-dum. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ugh.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil? Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying, more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly, or not possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leading, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil is permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or not possibly important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. It's Scarlet and Violet. They announced the Pokemon games before it was. Ooh, he's angry. What's the black? Witness. Is that what we really saw?
Can't be this. It's at the document time. So I've been just looking at stuff. I know I've been silent for like a good few minutes, but I have a theory. Because it can't be this, it can't be that. This was just happened, Govern. This is the only one around that time, the document, this section around that time, but this doesn't make any sense, as this is not the possible will. This is just a dismissal from Darkclay. Nope, doesn't make any sense. Can't even look behind it. Does make sense, doesn't make sense, doesn't make sense. Does not make sense. There's nothing about this that makes sense for something like that. This one also is autopsy for Gregson, so it just doesn't matter anymore. This one doesn't matter. I didn't really use it. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. That one doesn't make sense. I already used that one. This doesn't make sense either. This is Gregson's. That's Gregson's. It's already 1:30. Wow. I can't look behind these papers. This was in the stomach, so I can't really have it. No. I only have 2 shots left. It has to be the last one, right? Yeah. Is it just the Soji papers? No, it's not. I might have to do a rerun on this section. Because I might be on the wrong topic. I'm only doing this as a curious if it allows me. I figured this was gonna fail anyway. I knew that I just wanted to try it. Also, if I was gonna lose 2 spots because of those guesses, I didn't want to what I didn't want to do was go into the next section for with only 1. I kind of wanted to restart. Also, I was kind of genuinely curious if it because I was slightly at a dead end there. I say slight because there should be something I have.
Excuse me.
Let's see. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Not really anything. I can't prove that there was a will inside. That sounds right. Which makes sense. This one doesn't make much sense. But we can't prove that it's not. Only this part could. So why in scarlet ink? Actually, yeah, you know what? I could just save here because I'm going to be like redoing this section over and over. So yeah, good idea. Well, I wouldn't say over and over, but it's definitely one of those like I might be at this section for a little bit. Because I could literally just do like back, all of them. But I'm gonna try my best. Also, hey Astro, how you doing? You made it to the halfway point, I'm guessing, of this case. Well, not case, but this section. Because there is something about this that I'm not seeing. I'm just going to go through these one by one to see what I'm missing. There are a couple. No, that's what I'm missing. That's what I'm missing right there. I needed to read that document. I knew I was like, it couldn't have been the sword. It couldn't have been the associate papers. I just wanted to try it. I only wanted to try the bunny to restart. But I was like, I am missing something in the documents. So I was rereading them. That was it. I remember seeing something about that and I forgot about it. So thank you, me, for actually remembering that. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Avarice again? You've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated.
My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
For a second, my brain, I don't know why it did that, but my brain went into the idea that the autopsy report we're reading is Genshin, not Clint. I don't know why I went with the Genshin, probably because of the Scarlet Ink, and we were talking about Genshin, and then we went to Clint, and I was like, oh, he said Clint. It's like, but my brain went, we're going still on Genshin. No, it is very much just Clint.
What is your point, Counsel?
My point is this: whatever Lord Clint von Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What? I remember something troubled me at that time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document Lord Clint von Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes, Mr. Vigil. Sir, when you spotted Mr. Asoji with a document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? All right then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament? Ah! If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asoji said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asoji. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zieks. No. What?
Objection.
This is madness. No, this is Sparta. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord von Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigations before his conclusion. Its conclusion, never. It wouldn't rest until the job was, he wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asoji came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly, something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes,
There can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard it more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, go to bed, James. We're about to get to the good part. James, don't leave. Don't leave me at home, James. James. No. Yeah, I hold your objection. No. Can't just leave me without, like, making a statement. You can't just stare at me without no statement. Overruled. I've been overruled. James, you can't leave me. Alright, good night, James. Sleep well. Night. Alright, let's finish this section up. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asoji had in his possession was that of Lord Clint von Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint von Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate a jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head, as per usual, Ace Attorney. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruto, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint von Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asoji was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in that will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Yunosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks was in fact You can do this, Mr. Naruto. I believe that what Lord Clint von Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, counsel! What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord von Zeeks, appreciate this must be hard to take in. Sentence is a little rocky, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asoji at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint von Zieks himself. Oh, he's yelling. Oh, wow. Vigil and Caden are scared. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great von Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. Lord Convict, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was a mass murderer, a perpetrator of aristocracy, the villains of the nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order of the country would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord von Zieks. I wonder though, did he never suspect Mr. Naruto? Lord Baroque von Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize that what his older brother really was? What his older brother really was? Blech. Order in the court. Lord von Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jeweled studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. Selden! How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. This is the item that gave me shudder because of just the blood. Hound of Baskervilles? Is that why it's called Hound? I thought it was just Hound as in the hot dog. What? It wasn't like an evil hot dog or anything, not an evil wiener. I'm disappointed now. This game, it sucks. Negative 5 out of 10. It doesn't have hot dogs in it. Sag. Even though I don't think hot dogs existed at this time. It was topped with a small crown and bordered ornate capital letter B. I don't know why I thought this collar was like a neck choker for like I thought it was like the queen for some reason because of like royalty. I mean it was royalty, but I thought it was like a person, not a dog. This makes a lot more sense than my original thought of this item. What? An emblem bearing an initial B. Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. Also coming soon on the achievement. Okay, let me know which one's the achievement, because as long the achievements don't give spoilers, it's just more of like side thingy. So at the very least, I'll get one more achievement before the end of this game. Before I shelve it. There can be no doubt then the collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint von Zieks' widow? They broke the agreement.
of Sholmes that they said they can never speak of it ever again. Oh my god, they broke the promise. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So it is true then. Clint von Zieks really was the professor? Impossible! These Japanese are making it up on their own. Exonerate their own. So, in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slayed him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That, though, is anonymity, oh my god, why can't I say that word? Remains the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint von Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. That is not his position. He was putting his hands on the pedestal, which is somehow still around after blah blah blah. The 19th century was a truly remarkable 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Force, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. We haven't seen this background since the first game, so this is actually kind of nice to see again. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint von Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese man. Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father Genshin Asoji turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes! Beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have any evidence? Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as it yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need to supply the judiciary for this. We are against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dart. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asoji's plea. As a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zeek perished. I don't believe this. So, actually, in actual fact, Kazuma's father did. He made the late Lord Von Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killing by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asoji must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire, even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered the detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Oh, you're off your rocker. Oh, you're off your rocker. We can't be doing something like that.
There is no question that it was Asoji who murdered Lord Von Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to a boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective?
Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. In the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asoji was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I don't believe that part. I just don't believe. As far as I knew, the man that my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asoji. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Osoji. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and I accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asoji. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asoji? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at that time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mayor Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, would you say, Lord Baroque von Zeeks? That's the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What? What brazen? I knew you would play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt would never come to rest on you. That's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. So that's why Gregson looks so not as serious in that. I think like when in that third case in the first game where he was burned, I think I remember that, or was he actually more serious than that? I don't know. I don't remember. It's been like a couple years since I last saw that cutscene. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Seath. Dr. Seath? So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess that it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongshot did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. Although he died representing Rotterdam's core anyway. If it was all the aid of keeping London safe and... There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question for the accused Lord Von Zeeks. What? Of course I know you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nomos, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor's killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once. No, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Von Zeeks nor Genshin Asoji still walk this earth. I mean, if you dig up their bodies and make them walk, morbidly, they could. However much we debate this matter, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asoji, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. I mean, he explained it all, yes, but not everything. Later today, I will present myself to the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection.
Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. Are we already at that point?
It's past the hour. I don't think I can, you know... What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord von Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. Wow, I like how Susato knew exactly what my plan. She's sharing the same brain cell as me. She's my future wife. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to testify who. I'm gonna double check if I can see all that. Let's see. I'll find Zeeks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he just said was just a little jarring. Come, Ryunosuke, come get over it and find it. Go find it. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. I figured it was Lord von Zeeks. I was just double checking if Strongheart also had said more. I forgot. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Lord von Zeeks, would you care to explain what exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? Oh, he's back to Nipponese. When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? I'm not doing that. It has to be something against the it's something with the why he doesn't believe his brother killed the third victim, which was the Lord Chief of Justice. Can't be that. That's only for Vigil. This is literally just the Caden. There's nothing new about it. I already looked through that. Nothing about it, because that's strictly between Vigil's dismissal. It's just a frame photograph. There's nothing about this that really showcased in terms of information. Even clicking on it doesn't give any information. I can't examine it or anything of the sort. So this one, Cat Opera is blown. That's on Fresno Street. Barber Street. No, you have to pop out the base. No, that does not. The hairpiece at least really does not work. Photograph is the only thing that really sits something. I might be missing something. Gregson body. Just can't determine it. Score struck shots. Standard issue. Yep. Cream crime format, which has zero correlation to the Lord of Justice. This one is about multiple of it. Let me double check what it said again. Yeah, so that just says a red-headed Gleek. That one's just a firecracker. Photograph of the victim. Gregson's polywalk. Polywalk. Firecracker. Those are Gregson's stuff. Commemorative photo, which has nothing with Lord Von Zeeks or the Chief Lord of Justice. Social papers might have something, but I don't see anything regarding specifically Lord Von Zeeks or the Lord of Justice. There's nothing in this trunk as that. There's a blood stain. Inside is just a passport. There's this passport that doesn't really do anything because that's was previous. Clint's might say something, but it prefer use it with the scarlet ink. This has nothing to do with it, because if I have already the evidence, then this is completely useless right now. Because I clearly have something. This is just the Soji's blade, which doesn't correlate with Von Zeeks or any of the sort. This one's just for the SS Groose, which completely useless. This one is Pocket Watch, but we already proved that was part of the scene of the ship. This one doesn't say anything. This one is a ring that, at the current moment, doesn't really do anything outside of just say it's nasty scratch. So, I'll give it a try. I don't think this is it. Oh man, I got hit. As long as I'm alive. Oh wow, Susato is actually still on my side. Nice. Oh, I could change it. Maybe it's Strongheart. Let me double check that. Okay, yeah, no, I now see it. That actually, now that I think about it, that part did bother me, but I completely shoved it across my brain. I realized what I was aiming for. I was so convinced it was like, because based on the information previously, I didn't see the rest of it. That's why I immediately thought like, oh yeah, it's Von Zeke's. But no, after looking at every single evidence, nothing fit in inconsistency with his statement. Now that those Strongheart, I was wondering why did they add that little information to his statement? And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I knew something was off, but I didn't pursue it in my mind. I legitimately just ignored it, being like, ah, yes, that's an inconsistency. Boop. And also, it makes more sense with the whole tackling Strongheart. Among your statements a few months ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Consistent. And once the inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue the explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you that the statements you are making, counsel, may be very well proof. Maybe words continue contradiction. I have evidence, I must ask you. Huzzah! Take the piece of papers. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asoji. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. Or it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and statement. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the block where, like, scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd page was a message to this lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Great Britain to go back to Japan, eh? Is he Canadian, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be set. How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what it said, to hear my father's last words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page, the document with me be here right now. How convenient. How convenient. It's not like, oh, it's not like in my office where I had no reason. I was just called here. I didn't have any reason to associate, because he just was surprised about the associate papers. It's like, why did he have a reason to just carry it? Unless Sholmes was like, you should carry it. Which probably happened, to be honest. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asozi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitability maudlin words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Like that guy can read Japanese. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read written language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Oh, wait. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. I gave him such a high-pitched voice because I know. Father? You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikatoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Well, but perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. But your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma. The truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head? How literal can some people be? Oh, twist thy head. Father, what is Karuma? The name of the Soji clan's famous sword. The razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generation, it embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. Well, the one worn by the prosecutor's counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Gunshin. Details of the subject have been updated records. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the preceding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. I was waiting on doing that later, Justin. That's why I'm going through this story right now. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint von Zeeks tragically lost a sense of morality. Unless that's the achievement you're talking about right now. Well, if it's the achievement specifically, I guess like those can be very missable at certain points. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Ah. So Naruhodo was one of those stupid people. Kashira. 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 I mean, to be honest, I would probably say the same thing. Shoot, I skipped the message. There it is. I mean, that was part was required. I just did not know if I could do it after the whole thing, but you know what? There's the achievement. Yay! And I knew the sword had the hidden thing. I just thought it was the band, but I knew the sword had it. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't just examine it because, oh, Ace Attorney has an order to do things. Let's see, what was this? Scarlet Ink was a... Oh, look at the signature at the end. Well, might as well read it. Oh, so one thing about the sword is like, why is it in the reason? So my reasoning was, and okay, so the thought was it was something to do with this band, but something with the will. I had a feeling with the sword, and the reasoning is because one, this sword is in the evidence courtroom record, so it has importance for one thing. And the only thing that was used to it in essentially was just proving that Kazuma was with Gregson with the tip of the sword. And that was the only thing. Now, normally with a lot of like some of the simple items like this evacuation drill, like there is a very set, like with the wording, with the look of it, with everything, there's a very set what was it? Scenario and scene with it. So with evacuation itinerary, it's a piece of paper. I cannot look at it and examine it with this small component, for example, right? This one is like I can look more, but with the itinerary, it's a piece of paper. This is all I get. And this one is specifically in a specific scenario where it's like the SS Groose in a certain time. So this cannot be in any other location. While the small component is on the SS Groose and on the watch, which could be in various different things, but we've already proven that is specifically for Gregson. The reason why the Karma was also part suspicious is that not only was it like very vague on like the whole description of it, I can also interact with a lot more pieces with in this and pull it out. I can see the sharp piece. There was something about it that proved more than just that very like weird scenario with Kazuma, in specifically saying that he was there with Gregson. Something about it, and especially with the will, because the will was seen at the jail, and we're going by the word, so we're going on the whole assumption that it was within the jail and all that stuff. That means he had it, it disappeared, and they added the will into the post the whole thing, right? So it had disappeared. They obviously combed everything, so they had to have looked in every nook and cranny. So it couldn't have been in the cell. The and it was already proven that he had his personal possessions, which was the kimono, something else, and like the sword. And the sword was his essential to his clan, and it was confirmed to be with Kazuma, which was one of the only things that they honored to send over to Kazuma. That's why I was like, there's something with the sword, with the will, that I pieced together that had to be it. I just kind of forgot that hilts, like with the hidden piece of paper thing, was a thing. I should have realized that. I don't know why I thought it was like this whole red band. I thought it was like a really, 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 really long piece of paper, just covered in ink, or like it was invisible ink or something like that. I don't know, but that was my kind of like thought process and reasoning why I thought it was like, oh, hey, this is the sword that should have that information. I just did not know how to unlock it / where. So that's my reasoning. It's a little bit rounded up. I hope I made that explanation clear and why I thought that. That's how like my mind worked with some of these stuff. That's why I was like, this can't be the only thing. Like this can't just be there. And also thinking about it, I had it since this sword was in place from the very beginning of this, since this story, so whole start, yeah, this whole game sub-series, like spin-offs, like it was from the very first case in the first game and it's till now. And it always showed, they always made it significant, being like, it was Kazuma's sword, you always carried it in honor of him, and it was like Soji's clan. Like that's why I was like, there's something more to this sword, it's gonna come in play. And he said it was his weapon, and I was also being like, also if you think about its weapon, it's literally a metaphor. So it's like its sword being the weapon and the will being the weapon as well, both together also makes it the metaphor of like, hey, it's the weapon. So yeah, that is my reasoning. I hope it was clear enough for you why I thought it like that. So yeah, that's what I was thinking about. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint von Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality when he murdered his former mentor. Clearly, he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. I also find it ironic that the will that they were looking for has been in the vicinity this whole entire time, and they even managed to get it back via like invitation. So it only just happened to come back to bite him in the butt because of the whole invitation assassination thingy. And the friend. I've already played this. Never thought that there was anything more to the hilt until I got to the third page. No, that's fine, Astro. Like the only reason I figured that is that I played enough stories and watched movies and shows and all that stuff and read stories that something about that, like one thing about items I've always like, stuff that they always subtly talk about or try to make it somewhat important or like have a moment, sometimes has a more meaning. That's why I was like, and it's just me. If you didn't figure it out by then, that's totally fine. I'm not saying that I'm smarter than anyone or anything like that. Like if you didn't figure it out, that's fine. I just happened to think that way, and it kind of made sense in my head with how this game was tracking. That's all it is. So, but hey, if you didn't figure it out right away, hey, that's a bigger surprise. Sometimes that just feels like having a surprise, being like, oh, that moment. Sometimes it's a really satisfying moment. I've had a couple times with Phoenix Wright, and there are moments where I thought I could figure it out and I didn't, and then after a little bit, it was like, oh right, that is obvious now. I get it now, kind of thing. Paragon can agree with some of the statements. I think it was like it's sometime in the first game there was some parts of it that I was like lost, and then he saw me actually figure it out, and I was like, right, that's it. Or I was told or not. There's like a couple of that, but yeah, I didn't figure out right away. Like especially in the final case,
where Gregson had the disc, he put it in the pocket of the thief while he was shaking him. I didn't correlate that was a, hey, he sneakily put it in his pocket at that time. And it was only hinted at because like a viewer was also watching it. They didn't know. So I don't blame them. I just saw it and I was like, you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. I didn't put 2 and 2 together, which why I struggled at that part. So I have moments like that too. It's like when we randomly had the Professor Waxwork in front of us the entire time in third case. Yeah, pretty much. I still find that like, okay, I only think about it in the terms of the world logic. Why the heck did they bring the Professor's wax in the middle of courtroom randomly? Like, they didn't guarantee. I just feel like the Madam Tesbel just brought it in just because. That's it.
Ugh. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard that you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by it. By that, without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dressed it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw from the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. Indeed, it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruto.
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Wait and see. No, we can't. We have it right now. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from that time.
It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour. That had escaped everyone else's attention. This just looks still wrong to me. I don't know why. I see it on the side when he's pointing on the side, but pointing it forward with that, like, he looks like he's both flexing his bicep and also pointing at the camera, trying to do it menacingly. It just looks goofy. I don't know why this posture just looks terrible front facing. I'm just gonna say that right now. This just looks kind of goofy.
Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I forget if he has a sword right next to him or I can't see it. Maybe it looks better in the 3DS. Maybe. I don't have the game in front of me, so, and I also would have to play it from start to finish in order to see it. I dare say. It's funny, it's like with Japanese games, funny enough, I do have a Japanese Ace Attorney game, and that's Investigations 2. And I had it, I was gonna play like the ROM of the translation of it, and then they announced Investigations Collection, and it's like, well, that game is now forever in my library that I'm not gonna play because at the current moment I can't read Japanese. At some point I plan to. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
It's rotten.
How could... Yeah, but he still has a sword. How did I get his sword and open the hilt? Actually, that's not even his sword. That's slightly different. I think he just has a random thing on his side.
Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have on that can settle this decade-old enigma. My mind is an enigma. If you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
I like how I can't read it. Unlike everything else, I can't read this. It's a British sword, maybe ceremonial. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So they decided because he needed a sword on his side, they decided to just give him a random sword. So it's like, I kind of find it funny. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Seeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case that had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right. It was. Only I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Now he's losing his stature.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find it?
Find that. It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karuma?
Well, that was a different face. That ultimate weapon Genshin Soji it obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years.
Genshin finally made his impact, Justin.
Genshin Impact. That's the last time I'm gonna make that joke for this game. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. It made an impact. Okay, I made another joke.
The signature and seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. This is my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
And where did the other guys go?
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out loud. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? The court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Oh, look, there's a foot.
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon.
For forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint von Seeks really did pen the will that day. It's exactly the young Japanese man said. Read it out loud. No! We have the right to hear what's in that will. All right. I did a duty. I said duty.
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped.
Ah, someone's cheeky.
You fools.
Go ahead, read it. Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then.
No, for God's sake.
No! Oh, I need that Vader no. No! Someone tie him up. He's long. He's big.
I penned this with my last will and testament in the final moments before my inevitable and wailing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asoji stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint von Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the von Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them, as so apparent. However, 6 months ago I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile virus. Yeah, virus. Man, English is hard. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asoji who dies this night. I am eternally damned.
The fact that this is going on for so long and that paper was like 10 lines really showcases that there was a lot more to this statement in that picture. I'm just saying. Look at that. There's like 10 lines on that thing. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's only 8 lines. Unless he typed he written really tiny words.
To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
Backside, definitely. Oh yeah, you know what? No. When it was rolled up, we didn't see any words on the back. So no, that can't be in the backside. Oh, he's smiling. So now we know. Yes, Clint von Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man low of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? You eliminated the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. You used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint von Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genshin Shoji. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jijoku. Judge Jijoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asoji's treatment after his repatriation there. Jijoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seshiro, you fool. As you know, Asoji escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. He intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to a plan. Arrgh! There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. The man who witnessed that nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night. Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Then what should we do? Shoot him, Jijoku. Shoot Asoji at once. I can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. Oh, he has to go. What are you talking about? We had an agreement. You promised me you could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jijoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Do it. Shoot! Jijoku shot Asoji from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs could carry him. Jijoku and I put Asoji's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Soji's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. was Jijoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asoji in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jijoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So, you coerced him too, using what happened at the graveyard? By that time, Jijoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Japan. You can't imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint von Zeeks from dishonor in his death. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It is unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the other you had killed as well. Settling defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murderers of countless more. That's enough. Do you have any idea of convening that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without the Reaper. Can't you see all I've done in this country? This has been my struggle. Objection. You've done nothing. This Lord von Zeeks here who'd work tirelessly justify in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hand through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin, a soldier who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? That was all for the Queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. What was his pupils are? Oh, he's so tiny. Look at those tiny pupils. I was like wondering where his pupils are. Was he looking all the way up or was what just like gone? That's why it was like hard to see his pupils. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves the part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Gag. Oh, he's yelling at the top of his lungs. I know it's not over yet. Oh, he's doing the thing! The fifth case villain! Oh, he's literally doing it right there. He's literally clapping. Gant, yep. I wonder if they're related. Well, my dear and my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions that beautifully pronounce Ingween's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have to point it out. Quite so starkly. But yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can't be indicted for nothing. No. What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've constantly preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated to end the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, and that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost without a doubt. Public disorder in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think that we've accomplished since then a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. Oh wow, his face changed color. What was that? And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongarth has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. In by fire means a foul. That's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. 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 Oh my gosh, the delusion. Are you hearing? Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overruling wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet he still managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost all out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. I was wondering when this is going to come into play. It had to come into play because he mentioned it, so it clearly had to. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in the court is hard evidence. But that's Naruto. What evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? How did you listen to my thoughts again? I guess she's a mind reader. Play brain cell, got it. I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if was ever a time for using this particular item, we have amongst evidence, it's now. Guys, it's my armband. Let's go. I got it, right? There was only one time, like, I think using your badge or armband in Ace Attorney, at least the ones I've played specifically. Don't say in the other games right now, but I think it was like because I didn't play Spirit of Justice, Phoenix Wright versus First Lane versus Phoenix Wright, and Investigations 2. But there has been I think there's only been like 1 or 2 cases that I used a badge or like whatever your thing to prove that it's you kind of thing in like court or whatever. Well, kind of sad I didn't use the armband. Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then and heave. All right, here it goes. Heave! Ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug would suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto, because I'm over here. Why did Miss Susato jitter? I think that was animation weird. Mr. Naruto, he's... Oh my god. They have the ability to make holograms? Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god, he has a walking cycle. Oh my god, it's a new animation. I wasn't expecting you back, Mr. Sholmes. Sholmes? Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Oh my god, his hair is more furry. Bailiff, seize him. Put the man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What? We can't get an hold of him, my lord. We're just going right through him. Oh, he's dancing. Oh, he's dancing. Oh, he's dancing. Look at him. He's dancing. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image you will, if you will. Oh, right. That is actually a thing. I learned that from Magic School Bus. I also watched that episode not too long ago, too. Mr. Naruhodo. To be in a mocap studio for this, yeah. I mean, yeah, that would make sense for the mocap, but he also could have just animated that too. But I'm pretty sure that was mocap based on the animation. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on the fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes? What on earth is... Are you familiar? I wonder, with an invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electric signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somehow, incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would not have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shocked arrival. Poor father, I would have hoped he might have been forewarned being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me! You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? Where exactly? The very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden of Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruto? Clearly not. Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What? What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty's the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto. Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivable, distasteful trickery? Oh, what an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. Yeah. Third-rate detective with a fourth-rate hat. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appeared to be standing before you regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. About the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No! I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here for from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked for evermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. You're fired. That's literally like the biggest middle finger F you're fired you can get from the highest caliber. So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Also, can we just attack all the judiciary people who agreed with Strongheart right there? They also heard. I'm just saying, they're gonna probably be tried. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I'm gonna just let this scene play out. Adjourned. 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 It is adjourned. Oh, there it is. I was wondering when it would break. Wow, he fell really far. Jesus. Well, going on Astro saying you're fired, that's also was cinematically there. Also, that does not physically sound. And also, that burned the whole courtroom. I was just saying, I was just like, people are gonna die from that 3rd-degree burn. His guilt was off the scale. Literally, yes. It tipped the scale so much that it flipped over twice. Lord Clint von Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Soji's mouth, it deranged me completely. Nah, British courts are fireproof. We learned in Game 1, Case 3. Yeah, you know what? That's true. They're more proofed up than the Japanese court system where they had the bomb in Dual Destinies. Yes, at the very beginning of the game, there's literally an explosion. The first cutscene ever since you launched the game, it's just like explosion at the finest. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. I couldn't find the damned document I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. Explosion! What do you mean? You need to obtain that will was all. The will need to obtain that will was all consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asoji's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. It's a good thing he can't read Japanese. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord von Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? We just decided not to read the rest of it out just for the sake of drama and adding this extra scene. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my young brother. Baroque, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asojis is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes.
Why is also the will inside her book only? I mean, come on, can you just give her a piece of paper? She basically was like, I'm gonna put an entire will inside my paper. It's gonna shrink just the right size. And you know, I'm just playing with the video game logic at this point. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. Oh, hi, Justin. Wait. The second, I cannot commit to paper. Oh, alright. I have confessed my sins to my wife. Ooh. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint von Zeeks. Clint. Ryunosuke, close your eyes. Kazuma, close your eyes. See, Strong Arm is even doing it. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jijoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? That is something I was wondering. To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I'd like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for that, your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? He's pointing at the wrong person. Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen off from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, where the frick did you come from? Also, wasn't that, like, destroyed? May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? Oh man, I got to use his voice. That's gonna hurt my throat. My lord. A bit different.
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil, and I witnessed here today.
Oh my god, they reference a game. Beyond Good and Evil. But it says Between Good and Evil. God dang it. Oh wait, is it the prequel to Beyond Good and Evil? Is it Between Good and Evil now? Man, Beyond Good and Evil 2, I'm surprised that has not come out yet.
The darkness that was blighted, that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has been dispelled. Thanks to no smart to the efforts of the bright young star from the east.
2 stars.
Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord?
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if a British justice was so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Hope your hate for the Japanese is gone. Oh, Lord Von Seeks. I will say, by the way, the reason why this case is only so long is the amount of cutscenes that has been going on right now. There really was lack of gameplay. Like, how many talks was there in this case? Let's see. There was Mikotoba, there was Kaden, there was Vigil. Yeah, that's pretty much like it. That was all that was talked about. It's been just cutscene after cutscene. It's a cutscene for like, well, I wouldn't say cutscene. I'm still pressing the button and doing a couple of things, but it was still like, this is like Metal Gear Solid levels of cutscenes. When I first arrived in Great Britain, he didn't say anything, right? Yeah. I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend Kazuma Soji, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My lawyer and ever-patient judicial assistant Mrs. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Von Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival, man. Von Zeeks alone, Mikotoba plus Gori, Kaden Vigil. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's true. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction. Iris! Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all of these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Don't forget Mikotoba. He's the one who approved of all of this, you know, too. And what about Natsume? He was there to give you some easier tasks-ish that were totally unrelated to a lot of things. Technically speaking, yes. The truth is, a guiding light that always leads to happiness. Wakahai. Wakahai? Who's Wakahai again? Clutch it. Ah. Here came in clutch. Oh, cat. I was like, car? Cat? I'm only thinking of the dog for some reason. Ah! Oh, you're talking about the first game. I was like, what part of this game? When you okay, that explains it. That cat was named Wakahai? I forgot about that. Okay, that makes a lot more sense why it came to clutch. truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. Yeah, truth is not always happy. I'm just saying. The truth can also cause pain, great pain. Sometimes even leave people in the brink of despair. She also seen in the Shamspear's room. Right, that's true. I forgot that Wagahai was also that. Case 2 was so long ago, Astro. I put this game across like months of last year because of how long it was taking. I was trying to focus on other games too at the same time. Heck, I did like Mario Party a lot of times, which is why this game was on hold for a while too. So there's a lot of things why I put this game off hold for a while. And for that reason, there are those who felt the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system has been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere, adieu.
Well, then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for my anxiety caused. For any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long. Prosecutor Baroque von Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Baroque von Zeeks not guilty.
Oh man, all the confetti, all the fireworks. It's not cause another like fire. Also, what the heck? I'm still questioning. Did fireworks even exist at this time?
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk. It's the 4th of November. Oh man, it didn't end on 420. God dang it, I was gonna celebrate with some weed. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato. I'm so glad I didn't have to point out, like, the jury in that case. My god, it felt so much better. Same energy as a Switch 2 Direct being on 4.2 instead. We can just say that 420 everyone's gonna get high on the 4.2 everyone get high on the Switch Direct. 4.2, I forget. Is 4.2 like on a Wednesday or Thursday? I forget. It's on a Wednesday. I might be able to stream that day. But it'll be a very short stream.
Well, if I stream, I might stream on that day. It's going to be a description of the Switch. I might consider that, actually. Because it's going to be at 6 a.m. Oh? Yeah, your kind words mean so much to me. Aw, she's crying. Now propose to her. It really was a splendid show. It really was a splendid show. Naruto. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Von Zeke's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Just the instant cut. Mrs. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. Really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark fortresses of crime. You've made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smiling on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Where is it? There he is. There he is. There he is. So stern. Mr. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my. And he really was here. Lord Von Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Finally figured that out. Hi, Justin.
Hello.
Oh, I might need to boost you up. Hold on.
No, I was far away, so because I'm there.
Well, I'm just gonna boost you up just slightly more because you're slightly quieter than I thought you would be.
Standing away from Mike.
Oh no, you have to scream at the top of your lungs.
No, I refuse.
No, you have to for your waifus in order to get good pulls from your gachas. Remember, like
I already did?
No. You have to do them so that when you pull Yu-Gi-Oh card pulls, you have to draw a monster cardo.
I think my luck lately is that I'm drawing too many Duro Monsticados.
And that means you can do Berserk Soul.
Because that's a legit card.
I kind of find it funny that there's certain cards in Yu-Gi-Oh that are not legit, and yet I know they exist. I know one of them exists in Master Duel. It's the final attack fusion. Like, on a tangent, really quickly, the final attack fusion that Jaden uses in this graduation duel for Zane. That one, I always liked that card. I was sad that it never exists in real life or any of the sort until Master Duel had it. And I was like, oh, that's actually really cool. Childhood me would love it. Anyway, tangent over. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint von Zeeks wrote before this duel with my father. Asoji is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With the eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint von Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? What the second? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to prison to save my Federers to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Sechiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, I'll consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. She's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. He was having an affair with another missus? No, it's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew as his dying wish. My goodness! I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. At least he didn't ask Jijoku. What did you say? If something happened to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro... No, not with him. Pardon? This favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. Hey, it's Paddington! Did you know that Paddington 3 is coming out? I have not watched a single Paddington movie.
No.
But I heard
didn't even know that like, I knew of the show, but I didn't even know that, like, they had a movie series.
There's 3 of them. And apparently the first 2 are, like, 100% of critics like them, pretty much. So they're really good, apparently.
I mean, it must be, right?
They barely get advertised in market value, but they still managed to get 3, and they're really beloved. So hey, might as well watch them.
I saw the trailers when I was in theaters, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting ground. Hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an unraveled, old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked over after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint von Zeeks?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. Hey, it's his niece or nephew.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who could it be?
Surely we don't know anyone who fits that description.
No, it's Sandwich. Clearly.
Oh.
How could you not know that, Justin? You've played this before, right? How could you not remember that?
If this game doesn't give Sandwich enough screen time, that's my only excuse. It's
wow. He was such an important character that he looks very familiar. Wow, Justin.
See, if Sandwich called me Senpai, then maybe it would have,
Maybe you should stop playing games like this when you're really, really tired and may not remember the finer details. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confess everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So, the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Von Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Von Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, Susato almost has a half-sister. Well, I wouldn't say half-sister, no, it's stepsister. Yeah, stepsister. And what adopted sister, not stepsister. That would intend that he married.
That would have been way more awkward.
It would have been. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes.
He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. And no pockets of gold at the same time, too. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Her wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother, Ayami Mikotoba. Oh! Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Dun dun.
Dun dun dun! I did not see it coming! Oh. You didn't see it coming! Same as Susato's monitor is the next best thing to actually being herself, which is pretty much true. They pretty much are like adopted sisters, to be honest. Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! It's Naruto, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trousers pocket. Hard! I guess it wasn't in the forward parts of your trouser. My dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see, what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surprised myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop Lord Chief of Justice would require such measures. Bruno! Susie! Oh, Iris. I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. In more ways than one. You owe me your life. A life that now you have to pay attention to what I do. Wait, Lord Von Zieks. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Von Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. Are those the action of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the Dark Forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that dispute, your battle is just beginning. Surely. Don't call me Shirley. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Soji. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. Yeah. Yeah, he really has. He stopped being such a wibbly-wobbly person of being like, I believe you are the Reaper of the Bailey. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I just realized, does Iris have like an important birth document? Because technically she was born hidden. I guess Sholmes found a way to make it official. I just had a thought. Is that why Gregson was always so nice to Iris?
Nah, I do think it was literally just him getting famous from her novels.
It probably is.
And getting paid for it.
Probably. And also, she was just a child, so he couldn't really like talk her down.
There's no way Gregson knew. Yeah.
I honestly was like, maybe there's a part of him that might have known because of Sholmes, but you know what? I doubt it now. Oh look, it's the same turkey from last night.
I do love leftover turkey. Yeah.
I like fresh meat. I'm home. Ah! Hey, did we tell you not to use that again? About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Zodo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, innit? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. My voice is already shot. I can't do her voice properly anymore. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno State who could help you with that, I think. Right, I remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well? Sholmes? What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard to not feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Vat Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Where's the credit sequence of this game? Goodness.
You're still a little bit away, dude.
God dang it. Is that really
You
true,
can take a
Gina?
sport break if you want.
No, I gotta keep going. This is late. It's past 4 a.m. I gotta go. I gotta wake up early anyway.
Yeah, I guess.
I gotta wake up early, so I gotta finish this ASAP.
Oh no.
Yep. I'm losing my copper's cobbler and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really living the priest first? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I'd rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiffs of this now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch. The crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of the Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the responsibility of the winding of that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. It's gonna be me. There ain't no one else. God dang it, my voice is cracked. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Genie. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. And I made you all a promise and all, didn't I, Aris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. She's gonna be tracking him down 6 feet under is what I'm gonna say.
That's...
No, he's been dead for 10 years. What are you talking about? And she's gonna track down her mother. 10 feet, like 6 feet under, too. Morbid jokes at late night. Welcome to the stream. It's late. It's my stream. It's mature. I can do whatever I want. That's when TOS. Oh.
I personally do not approve, but you do you, man.
Oh. Alright then. It's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. I mean, I guess you could say Mikotoba is her adopted dad, so... Where's that? I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I'm come from, and I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a trouble trying to find out for so many people. Early, Runo, Professor Mickey. Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it, because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Daddy.
Hey, Mikitoba deserves some of that too. I'm just saying. He took care of her for a month. I'm just saying. I think Mikitoba. Yes, Sholmes. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say that. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital. Would you say? Oh well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Charlie. Are you sure a week is long enough, Eris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Where's the final picture? Oh, there's not final picture yet.
We are not there yet.
I'm waiting for the final picture because I know that's gonna happen. This attic has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato went out for dinner. After dinner, she took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint von Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It was what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint von Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Sosuke's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Von Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented the story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and return to Japan at once. All in the aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan though. You know, Iris's The Hound of Baskerville story. I mean, you know, Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. She was very troubled about what she should be done about it.
He was very troubled what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So he did it all to stop Iris from finding the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in the court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Did his mouth move? I didn't pay attention to that. Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of my year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, where all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client. And I was sure I could see the trial through. Oh my god, he is actually Phoenix Wright's descendant. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path. No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Oh my god, does that mean he has the resolve? The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. Ooh, I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. She heard everything. She heard everything. She's gonna be angry. She's gonna do a Susato throw. Susato-san.
She's the embodiment of looking in your walls.
Pretty much. I just want to let you know I'm back. She's Arnold Schwarzenegger. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did. Yes, I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you've already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? She knew before he did? She can read his mind. Or feelings. What? Susato-san? Huh? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'd be great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He will certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. Wish I could say it, but I just can't. Can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes. You're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in the court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Hey, does that mean I have to be ashamed of myself if I call myself a locum student? Susato-san. Thank you. More loading in the screens. Ah, here's the final scene like they did in the first game. I was wondering when this is going to appear again. Not really. Can't believe this day has finally come. This day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? Why is her shading slightly weird looking? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But if you have to come back and visit, say you... But you have to come back and visit, say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. Oh, we got dialogue. I don't have to read anymore. Woo.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board.
Oh my god, they actually got Japanese voice actors for this one. Or, not Japanese voice actors. They've actually got Japanese accents on this one. Asian accents, at least.
Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Give me money.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Oh, he said resolved. That's number 3.
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me.
Actually, there's been more.
Once and for all.
There's been more than 3 resolves, to be honest. I didn't even count.
I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
I get to actually put the autoplay this time.
The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
It's a little late for that, but okay.
He's stuttering. He's stuttering.
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
He's studying. He's stuttering.
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair
Okay.
of me to follow my own.
I'm just nodding.
interests.
Agreement.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
They were made for each other.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
AK only Japan.
I'm terribly incompetent. But if you'll have me,
They didn't fight.
delighted.
They didn't fight in like America or like other other stuff.
If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
It's me.
What's wrong? Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always.
If she already planned this last night, he would have. Don't you think she would already prepare this? I'm just saying.
Your ship's about to leave.
Okay, that is the voice I thought it was about with Iris. Where's Gina?
Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Probably robbing somebody.
Draw your sword.
I would say so too. Oh my god, one of the rare instances of animated cutscene. Oh, this is as rare as a shiny Pokemon. Oh wait, this is not drawn. I like how that still has a broken tip up there.
One day, when our paths cross once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
Don't get amnesia again.
Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I was thinking his voice was going to be a little bit deeper.
All you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
It's true.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
Yeah, but first he needs to make actual money, because he keeps failing to do that.
Oh, it's just stow away like a certain other few people around here?
I mean, they proved that you can stow away in a cabin, even though they made rules against that now.
Brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Cute.
A peculiar twist of fate
Not cute.
took me halfway around
Not
the
cute.
world those many
Not
years
cute.
Right, Cosmos is too cool.
But that
Sholmes
was
is
just the start of my
Sholmes.
Yep.
journey.
Iris
Who
is
knows
Iris.
where fate
Yep,
will
pretty
lead
much.
me next. Still, I'm
What's
confident
Mikotoba?
This won't be my last meeting with the friends I've
Yeah,
made
this
in
isn't about him.
I mean, without him, this whole thing wouldn't have started. Because he needed approval.
No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be,
He's busy.
Stop being busy.
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh man, this is a game. Is that a fourth wall break?
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
That's not strong.
Until
Drunk for him, dang it!
I'm still gonna be
Such a
judged.
nervous wreck when you first meet him.
Yeah. He actually had a lot of solid hits on the table and whatnot. Ooh. Oh my god. There's the freaking credits.
We made it to the credits. Only still technically 4 a.m.
It's been obviously thoroughly inquired. Oh my god, I have to read this.
Really inquiries about the British Council, but no
there's big words.
Secrecy.
Anyway,
I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes.
Yeah, climbs.
The Empire of Japan, perhaps.
I understand that wardrobe class.
Confers no charge whatsoever.
Oh yeah, that's true. But someone has to pay for the ticket first.
Yay, Kazuya, no right, because the art is so good. It's so.
Nah, it's terrible. I've seen better.
Oh my goodness, such a critic.
I gave you a little note for Hurley the other day. It's just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." It made Hurley cry. I gave him some lotion and I invented as well. It dyed his hair red safely. But he said he might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. I guess he couldn't get the 4 pounds each time because it just reminds me of that failed chance. He could have taken some of that money, I'm just saying. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of the grim pseudonym, I even retired from the great courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you do is no more. Blah. In other words, the young 401 man, I must stride forward toward a bright future. Bum 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 bum. There's Gina. The boss left a note for me, and I can't read every letter now. A to C, the old lot. It's cleared the load of that stuff. The boss was trying to protect me, see. I mean, that was his intention, yeah. That's why was trying to take up Paris. And exactly what Chief of Inspector Tobit here is going to keep doing for the Londoners. Like that, he was literally just going to try to take her to Paris to protect her too. I only wish I could have said how great I was before he, Hirona Fukata, Kazuhiro Takashi Ito. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me that I need to be true to myself. Oh, we got the classic theme song. I've got one more job to take care of, and it's Tata for redundant down for seafood. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, a la Gregson, as they say. The last time he ever said anything, technically chronologically. That's Gregson's last, well, no, it's Kazuma's discussion that was last. Oh my god, he's back! Yeah, actually! I can't do his voice. And to illegal entry for there's not to, what? Catfish is the fence. Woman is forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh, really? My friend Susato is courtroom at the time and doing a wonderful job.
Kasanaga.
Hey, he got beat up again. Engaged service as a regular legal team. Also, when Natsume became a defense lawyer. This is this is a terrible court. Random sound effect. That would make sense. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts of filleting corpses as fish? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my fillet skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? I mean, she at least likes her mama still. Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. I'm glad.
They're cute.
At least she still likes her mama. But even though she did illegal things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there. Right, while you're back here,
Oh, it's great. It's great. Written invitation, my dear University fan. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around and that everything was settled. What have I done? I was so excited. I picked a splendid hotel, and now I can't afford a bill. Oh, Baroque, come rescue me again, please. I wish I could vanish to the air sometimes. I mean, it's the only hotel that was programmed into this game, so it makes sense why you were forced to buy it. I'm doing some DVD challenge ready for it. Yeah, I saw the trailer for it a little bit. Oh, there's Madame Tussbells. I went to make a lasting impression of the killer of the cemetery. I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand, at the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I struck a bargain, you see. So she knew the truth. For faithful reproduction of the facade, there's nothing we Tussbells would not do. Well, fortunately, you got the wrong professor murderer, unfortunately. And it's too late to get Clinks. Perfect face. Everyone calls me Papino. I sell spaghetti. Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. They're doing the exact same triple. Oh, yep. Charming, you made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and we were released. We're gonna strike it. I like how she is still likes her husband after all that deception, all these years.
Yep.
I would ask you to join in, but it's not really so. Not at the time too, and it's also almost 5 a.m. I have to go to bed, or at least do some napping soon, because I have to get up early. And I was accepted for an tour. I knew exactly the path I had to take. However, it might have ended. I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there's no one I would rather have defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. Right now. The future events come up. Yeah, maybe in the future. I should meet again, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care. Maybe in the future. I still plan on probably trying out DBD at some point. I don't know how long I'm going to commit to it, but I will at least commit to at least doing some playthroughs with it, or at least some play ones. I've seen enough of it to get a grasp at it. I just don't know if it's going to be my game that I will retain enough for some fun with it. I've made some tea, Naruto-san. It's important you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, we shall be busy establishing a new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace. Oh! They had to drop the title. But at least that's good. At least Fanto has tried it. What did he think of it? There's the final picture. Where's Gina? That's a Dakumakura? Really? There's Waka-Hai. Waka-Hai.
Waka-Hai.
Waka-Hai.
Waggy, as she calls her.
Mm-hmm. Waga.
I still can't believe, like, Soseki just left him there.
Who?
Because that was originally Soseki's cat.
Was it the fat guy?
No, Soseki, not the writer.
Oh, right. Okay, I was Natsume. I go by Natsume. I forgot his first name.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm finally done with this game. Oh, it's been how long has it been? I started this game.
You said you started this game back in 2022 for the first one, right?
No. The second game I started in 2023 in September 22nd. That was on your birthday.
Oh, that sounds about right for you to be like, oh, finally I'll start it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been almost 2 years. It's been a year and a half, really, on this game. And the first game I started back in August 21st, 2021, and I ended the first game a little less than a year later. So this whole collection has been in the works for like
a little over 3 years, pretty much. So, it's been a long time coming, is what I would say, and there's a lot about it that I can say. Let me see, what was it? He didn't see it as scary as which I was hopeful for. Yep, he loves one of the two chainsaw and near at the time. Yeah. Okay, got it. I mean, glad he likes it a little bit. And I don't find it scary. It's just funny, it can be. But no. As per usual, I will say my 2 cents about this game. And then probably as the whole story as a whole for the Great Ace Attorney. Okay, so really, Resolve is definitely a lot more concise, especially towards the end. It felt a faster pace compared to the first game because, my god, the first game had a lot of more, it got longer and longer as you went in the first game versus the second game where it went long in the middle, shorter towards the end. I will say I don't like the third case of the second game. The third case dragged on way too long in my book. Not just because I had wanted to get it done in such sessions, it actually legitimately felt like it dragged on too long. I didn't like the third case. Out of all the cases in this one, the fourth and fifth case are really connected to each other. So really, the fourth and fifth case are connected to each other, which are fine enough. I think I would probably put it more together as one. It's kind of as one case because they put it as case 4, case 5, but really they kind of just all in one big giant case, which they did a good job splitting it up. Case 5 definitely flowed a lot better because of the amount of stuff they added. Didn't go too long in investigations. I think I honestly, out in the second game, I kind of like the memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro, even though it didn't feel like much of a
It wasn't really related to the main story.
No, but it ended off on a really nice chill-spining cliffhanger. And it just felt like a proper one without being too long, but added enough content to make it feel like it's an interesting, why is this important story kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I like the second case the most out of this entire game. And I think Resolve definitely has, it lives up to this time, resolved a lot of the story plot points towards the end pretty well. It added a lot of questions, it added a lot of topics and all that stuff. So it resolved it pretty well. Everything flowed well, and I was wondering how it would end with it. So I like Resolve. I probably like it a little bit more than 1. The biggest issue about the whole collection I have is that it definitely drags on in a lot of cases, especially 1 where a lot of the cases were not only just set up, it was just a lot of, oh, hey, look, nice picture. I got a final achievement. Yeah. It had a lot of dragging parts. So I don't know. I didn't like, that's why this game was hard enough for me to get through sometimes. It's just because it had a lot of parts where the first case of the first the Great Ace Attorney definitely was just way too long in my book. Oh, and now I can finally look at the special contents, because I was avoiding this because they actually could show off some spoilers, etc. Blah blah blah. How many
Did you ever look at the escapades? No, right?
No.
No.
I avoided everything else in terms of this. Yeah, there's quite a bit of achievements I didn't get, but those are more of the extra little doodads kind of thing. Yeah, complete all the extra escapade adventures. I don't even know what this question mark block is.
Probably get all the escapades, or not get all the other achievements if I had to guess.
Yeah. So you get a little bit of a information background on it. Oh, they actually made him very close to Phoenix Wright. Oh, I like the glasses one. They wouldn't fully fit. I get that. Oh my god, chibified.
Glasses on him would have made him look very similar to Edgeworth.
Oh, they made her look much younger in that one, less matured. He didn't really have a jacket in a lot of scenes, honestly. Oh, look, he had a pistol that he didn't really use a lot of the time. I mean, he used it, but it's not a lot. Oh, that was supposed to be Herlock Sholmes. Oh, that was supposed to be Iris? She had to put purple hair? Really? Oh, yeah, there's the bunnies. Oh, that looks so cute. Oh, proof. That's a really poofy bottom, like the dress bottom. Jesus. She looks more like a fairy, a princess in this case, which would make sense of the lineage she is from. Make him have glasses. It makes him super nerdy. Oh my god, that looks funny. Looks like he has like a widow's peak a little bit with that. Some of those. Oh my god, that.
Whoa.
Oh, I don't like that design. I have to say.
I think it was to make him look very antagonistic. Oh gosh, that one on the right looks like Dunban.
Oh yeah, it's Dunban. He has to lose an arm. But I don't like. Yeah, the left one looks super extravagant.
I think maybe part of that went to Shamspear.
Yeah, probably. That would make sense for Shamspear. This one I could get behind. If they use this one, I can get it. This one, it looks both elegant but looks like a fallen angel kind of aspect.
Yeah, because Raven.
Yeah. There's the cover art. They made him look really young, which I that's like probably his actual like younger self, but I do appreciate them actually making him look older because it makes a little bit more sense with the time span they were trying to do. All right, that guy, big-headed, whatever. I'll finish my thoughts of the game in a bit. I'm just gonna go through this because I finally can go through the entirety of this game for one thing. And she never appeared after the second case. She gets mentioned.
She was so underutilized.
I don't know. The second case of the first game is definitely my least favorite. That is by far my least favorite. And I honestly would say, out of all the Grace Attorney ones, that's still my least favorite. I really don't like it. As much as I think the third case of this second game dragged on, at least that one had a little bit more interesting plot lines rather than the overuses of gags in the second one of the first game. I don't know. I don't like that. Also, they make it bold. Which number? The jurors. Yeah, all of them are normal. Natsume. The Moon Crescent guy and his wife. Oh, right. He was a policeman with a pumpy fiance, I think.
I was like, pumpy?
Yeah, honestly, Lord Strongheart's design is literally like, I am gonna be a very important person / villain. Like, honestly, I still say, like, I was hoping that he wasn't the villain, because I was just like, don't go with the obvious route to me. But they did. And it's like, oh, whatever. I mean, they did his design well, so I would say. Ooh. Oh, and this is the DLC stuff. Oh, that's really cute.
Audio is messing up on my end if you want to.
I can change. I could end and reconnect with the Discord stream. It has been going on for a while.
Yes, it has. Thank you.
Let's see. Iris's. Yeah, that's normal. What she was wearing. Oh, I like that. Top right picture.
Yeah, very almost Persona-esque.
Persona in my game? Oh my god, he made a Persona reference. I have never seen him with without the mask and a hood. That's never used. I guess they never really showed any of the concept art together. They didn't really show the dog either, really. Outside of like the Baskerville, but that's not really the original dog. That was just like the haunting picture, really. Genshin. Oh, they didn't even use the young ones. Well, I shouldn't say they never used it, but there is a thing about this collection that they didn't really add for some reason, according to one post. So one thing I would say that would be interesting if they actually added that, these characters, is that there are actually 2 story DLC missions that I can't actually get within this version of the game because I have to switch. Possibly on the Steam, which someone I think is trying to translate at some point. But there is legitimately a DLC for Great Ace Attorney 2 that follows Kazuma and Sherlock and Mikotoba. So this might actually showcase them early on. Obviously it's DLC, it's in Japan only, and you can only get it through the 3DS if you didn't download it already / don't have what translation or whatever. So unfortunately that's kind of like lost media, but I think there's efforts to preserve that. Also, I really like the concept art of Iris, of Mikotoba, just
baby Iris.
Yeah, she's also hanging around. Chisato's design in that suit really was good.
It was very good.
Hosanaka with a turtle, of course. Natsume with cats. I don't think he had really cats at all until the very end of the game, like on top of his model kind of thing. I don't think it ever happened.
No.
There's some... Oh! Shamspear had red as one of the early concepts. Got it. There's Gina. There's some of her early designs. Okay, so there's some of that. Test Bell. There's Toast. Hi Toast. I'm finishing up this game looking at the last bit of stuff. I'm looking at the concept art and whatnot, mainly just looking at the art. I know there's a lot of words, but I'm not going to go through them because look at that. That's a lot of words to go through for each one of them. And if I'm going to go read them, I'll read them my own time. Or you can guys look it up and see the information. Otherwise, I'm not doing that. I'm looking mainly at the art. There's Strongheart being very distraught. Oh, that's so cheapy.
Can we get actual Ace Attorney merch in America, please and thank you?
Is she a... Oh, yeah. She's like a hamster.
Based off their little charms at the end.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the hydrate. There's not much in terms of water I have. I'm gonna have to get more afterwards to stream. Oh, yeah, this is so cute. Oh, look at Von Zeke's pouting. Kazuma's so smug. And these are the cover arts for each game. In the first one was the cover art for the 3DS one, and the second one was that's the cover art. Yeah, thank you for the hydrate. It's Toast. Yeah, this is like the official cover. This is the official cover art for the collection, so you can kind of see more of what's happening. Thank you. Thank you for playing. And then the moving pictures, I'm assuming, is just the... Yeah, there's the last bit of trailers. Seven Days of Sin? I'm guessing it's like, I'm guessing that is, promotions material. My thoughts on the game, what we rated. Yeah, I was gonna finish up my thoughts, Cookie. Then also welcome to the stream. Welcome. I'm just finishing up this game. I'll give my thoughts in a second. I'm just like looking at the final stuff before I just sit on the screen for a little bit. I'm finally going through the special contents because this is more of like, I avoided this section because there are aspects of the game I did not finish yet, which is why I was like, oh, I want to see what is in here now, because after tonight I'm gonna be done playing this on stream. Like I beat the first, I beat the second, and so this is what so I'm just looking at what's here really, just to see. I'm not gonna play every single thing as much as like it could be fun. It's already super late. That's why I'm just gonna keep it as it is. Sholmes does not look good in that. I just have to say that.
I think they wanted to make it more goofy than look good, so I think it achieved its purpose.
Yeah, and
yeah, these are all, you know, fully, like, they're pretty short, maybe like 10-15 minutes, I want to say at most. But I definitely recommend reading them on your free time. Yeah, I'll read these as on my free time. If I'm gonna go back to look at some of this, I'll do this on my free time. I'm not doing it on the stream. But yeah, I was just double checking everything. Yeah, okay. So Kukai, then I will give my thoughts to the game. The credits are just replaying the credits sequence again. So right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm just double checking. Oh, he's gonna do that greatest as many vegetables. Oh, 2. Is it gonna be a different credit sequence? I'm guessing so. Well, either way, I'm gonna let the credits go as I say my thoughts. So, as I was saying, I did say my thoughts on Resolve 2. What the heck? Nope, this is different. It is different. Oh, I'm gonna let it run anyway. Yay! Yeah, so Resolve is more of I liked Resolve more than 1, mainly because 1 dragged on. It got more draggy at the end, but Resolve was more concise and everything, and especially it didn't feel like a setup game compared to the first one. It more conclusive, like in itself. But yeah, I do like the story. That added a lot. I do say it dragged on in many situations that I don't like. As the first case, pretty much in both of these games, felt like it dragged on. More so in the first one, specifically in the first one, really, that it really felt like it dragged on unnecessarily, especially in the first and second case. My favorite case out of all the Grace Attorney cases since we played is definitely the third case in the first game. That case was by far my favorite because it felt concise as a throw you into there. You're in a situation where it's like you have to win somehow and you always have to win, but it felt so unsatisfying at the end, which was the point of the case. So I think that is by far my favorite out of all the Great Ace Attorney cases. In terms of the regular games and stuff like that, I'm fine with it. It's definitely yeah, a lot of it just felt really long. I'm gonna go to camera only because that's it for that stuff. And yeah, it just felt long. But I did like the ending of it felt pretty satisfying finally getting everything resolved, questions, what's going on, all the implications, all the details, all they did. So Grace Ace Attorney is definitely a worthy spin-off to the Ace Attorney series. Ranking Great Ace Attorney, I probably put it more in the middle for me. Maybe lower and middle, because it's just because of the pacing. A lot of the cases just feel way too long and bloated. That's probably the biggest downfall of why I don't like Great Ace Attorney as much as it could have been. It has funny moments. I like all the characters for the most part, and the writing and a lot of that was pretty concise. It felt weird with some of the cases, but they had their reasonings and they brought them back for referencing sake and stuff like that. So for two games, it felt like a complete package. Like they actually connected with each other.
it's kind of like unlike the original trilogy of Ace Attorney, where each game is kind of its own thing, and then the third game is kind of try to put both the first and second game together. It's sort of, but it's more of like, these games are like a complete package. You can't play one and skip the other kind of thing. Yeah, it is a series that I enjoyed. I can't say a lot of the twists were I didn't predict. Some of the twists I didn't predict fully, but it did fell sort of in a certain way to solve the story. Some of the solving issues were a little bit vague, confusing, and I don't fully agree with some of the choices, but they make sense enough, I guess, what they were trying to do. So that's the only thing I would say about that. Yeah, that's pretty much all I really want to say in terms of the... Yeah, that's all I really want to say specifically for the series. If people are fan of Ace Attorney, I would recommend it. Probably you guys can probably watch it if you can't get the compilation. Watching it is it's like a movie. So yeah, I think that's my ranking for it. I really don't have much to say outside of what I'm saying, because there's not much I want to ramble on about it. It is a visual novel game for what it's worth. So yeah, that's my real final thoughts about it. I won't be playing it on stream anymore. After tonight, it is pretty much retired on stream. Everything else, it's either I will play it on my own time just to get the extra stuff, or just shelve it. That's pretty much it. And that's the issue with the Ace Attorney games, is that once I play them, I already know a lot of the story beats. So it's kind of hard for me to replay those types of games. So Ace Attorney, it's fun. But I wouldn't really want to replay that just because it's a long game. I probably just, if I were to play it, I would probably just watch the story unfold as per usual, or replay the cases that I really like. Other than that, I don't have much else to say. Do you have anything last you want to say, Justin?
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt your review. I think as a writer, it is very difficult, just the whole concept of a story between two countries, and obviously they wanted to make it very political and make it about the two governments and how the two characters, and obviously the assassin exchange being the main thing tying the two countries together. And I think they pulled it off. I definitely agree with your statement that a lot of the parts can feel very bloated, both because the writer wants to flesh out the world and the character, but also in terms of gameplay, it very much slows it down. So a standstill sometimes. Notable cases being second game case 3 and just the first case game 1, having to set up a lot of the backstory and lore of what's going on between the characters and the setting. And that's a lot when you kind of sometimes just want to play the game that's the game. And that's difficult. I think gameplay wise, they did a really good job with lots of quality of life, like making it so that, the Susada will be there on the menu telling you, oh, we haven't been here recently, telling you, hey, you should go here. Or when you examine stuff, it'll show you that you've already examined it, because that was definitely a quality of life that was only more present in the recent the second half of the Ace Attorney trilogy, the Apologetic trilogy. So I really appreciate that from a quality of life standpoint for playing it.
I want to add really quickly into that. It's yes, this was 3DS, and they added the whole jumping into the scene once you have a game over and whatnot, not replaying the whole case, because that was added in Dual Destinies Onward.
And I really do appreciate a lot of the quality of it. Again, if it was just strictly gameplay, I do like the Sherlock Holmes and their investigations. It was kind of fun quips and a lot of quality of life for the cases. But I agree with that.
Definitely with the dance of deductions, that was a fun gameplay element. I think definitely would take long. I think those would take like almost like a good portion of the investigation. It was basically like the gameplay portion of the investigation, kind of like what you would cap off the investigation with, finding out everything behind the investigation.
Pretty much, yeah.
And then there's the summation examinations, which would also take long, but that was also a fun thing because you then got to see multiple witnesses interact typically. And I feel like that's a thing that obviously they introduced here. And I feel like for the most part, they did it well. Though, of course, it can be very confusing when you have to go back to a previous statement after you've advanced forward, because that's typically not what our Ace Attorney minds are kind of trained to do. So that can be a little confusing from a gameplay standpoint, but I think overall from like a character and writing standpoint, it's very fun to just poke around and be like, hey, you, what do you think? Tell me. And be like, you, what do you think of this person's statement?
There's a lot of that. Like, actually, the statements were introduced, at least I was introduced with, was in Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright.
Right.
I think was before this game. So that concept was actually added from that game.
What else? I like the twist. Obviously, like most of Ace Attorney isn't so much like who is the bad guy, it's figuring out how to take them down. And comparing to like Edgeworth Investigations 1, not really spoilers, but like trying to take down the big bad for that was very much more teeth pulling in terms of like, oh, you can't touch me, I have this. I activate my trap card. No, I activate my trap card that negates your trap card. And it was a lot of that for the Investigations 1 final boss, whereas this one I felt like it was more simplified. There were definitely some like gaps in logic here and there for some of the cases. Not that I can name off too many off the top of my head, but yeah, I think I do think they could have done more with like that's my complaint, I guess, with case 5s, with like they give you all this evidence and you're just supposed to somehow remember, or like I wish they could organize the evidence so that you can. It's not just chronological. Maybe that's my thing. It's
not only that, because it was the 4th case and the 5th case are connected, so you keep a lot of that stuff the same. Some of those stuff, especially like the red wig and stuff like that, were completely useless in case 5. They were just there for red herrings, and I'm just like, they should have done in like I think it was in Dual Destinies.
Yep, they started in Dual Destinies.
Yeah, because like in Dual Destinies, they were like, hey, you're going to the case with, let me just get rid of like some of the stuff and throw out the ones. It's like, I would have preferred some of that. Maybe keep a couple of them to be like, oh, this could be relevant if you want to throw red herrings. But do not keep like all of what case 4 had, because a lot of that stuff was just completely useless and wasting space.
And it eats up time, and like it's not even like a good red herring, because it's literally like you have to remember, okay, is this relevant? No, move on. So I think that's more of a they could have thought about that more from a developer standpoint, but that's more of a personal gripe for me. Anything else? Music is very, very good.
I can agree with that.
I think it stacks up, like even just normal Ace Attorney music I rank very highly, but Great Ace Attorney it just has this whimsicality to it that I'm just like, it's fun, and it's the court, but it's like, it's not just like a pursuit theme, it's like all the themes, the backgrounds are very, very good. I think it makes a long game a lot more bearable when you do have to go through those long segments of can I get to the gameplay.
A little bit, yeah. There's a lot of talking in between Like I would say Great Ace Attorney is like the Metal Gear Solid of Phoenix of the Ace Attorney games, mainly because of the cutscenes. Like they drag on a lot. They talk a lot. Yeah, it's one of those. It definitely drags. And this is me going off of like I haven't played Spirit of Justice, so I don't know how long that is because that's the. Well, Great Ace Attorney technically 2 is technically the last entry of the series, but Spirit of Justice is the most chronological of the whole series. So that's my 2 cents on that.
I am going to be really curious when you finally finish Investigations 2, because they're both written by Shu Takumi for their most recent entries, because the Apollo Justice trilogy was written by someone completely different, right?
Yes.
Or Dual Destiny and Third Justice were.
Yeah, I mean, like, I enjoy Investigations 1 is the one I completed, and I enjoyed that because, one, it was different from the formula. I like the walking around, like actually not going to case. You get to actually fight the people in like logic wise. So it was kind of interesting. I kind of like that. You gotta view things. It felt a lot faster. Yes. But the 5th case was ridiculous. I was warned because I finished the first game before Justin did, and I was warning him, I was like, "Oh, you're gonna have fun just going back and forth with the 5th case." Because that one was just ridiculous in my book. I mean, I kind of get it, but also it became to a point where it became a meme, where it's like that they dragged this on way too much. It's like putting the whole meme of Edgeworth being like, "Hey, how old was your autopsy report?" It's like, "Oh, I got it like a couple days ago." "Oh, I have the one of this morning." And I'm just like, that just feels like, it's like, oh no, but this update, is just like, does this have to drag on like this for so long? But I will finish Investigations 2 on my own time. I'm not streaming that, just for those who are curious. But yeah, that's something I like with Great Ace Attorney, is it has a lot of cutscene talk. Anything else you want to say?
Can we get Ace Attorney 7 news, please, Pledge? Or freaking Spirit of Justice? Not Spirit of Justice. No. Apollo Justice or Investigations anime, please. Or Great Ace Attorney anime. That'd be cool too. But the other two first.
I would say Great Ace Attorney Investigations is probably what I would probably prefer. Personally.
But Hobo Phoenix.
Nah, Hobo Phoenix. No one shall experience Hobo Phoenix. He has an after.
And Trucy.
Okay, I joke about her, but I do actually like her character. I'd rather get like a new Ace Attorney game, because it's the Spirit of Justice. In terms of releases, Spirit of Justice was the last main entry title back in 2016. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve was released in Japan Great Ace Attorney never released outside of Japan, so Great Ace Attorney 2 was the last new Ace Attorney game ever, and they never really made another collection really outside of re-releasing the Phoenix Wright trilogy until the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles back in 2021, which then released the Great Ace Attorney games in English for the first time ever. And then there's Investigations, which released Investigations 2 in English for the first time ever. So after that, since they're all done with the collections, now they have to make Ace Attorney games.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So they should definitely get on that, please.
Pretty much at this point. That's why Resolve wasn't really released in America. Not only was it like mainly Japanese focused,
I forgot the 3DS lifespan was pretty much was at its end already, because 2017 was 3DS games were largely stopped being released around that time, because that's when the Switch 2 that's when the Switch came out. That
It's been that long, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it released on August 3rd. Yeah, no, that straight up was way after. Like that was straight up shortly after the Switch released in March of 2017. I remember that because of Breath of the Wild and stuff. Yeah, there was no real reason to really release it in English because the 3DS was pretty much dead and everyone wanted to do Switch mainly. It's sad to say and all that, but hey, there's that. Yeah, as for Ace Attorney games, I probably will just probably play them on my own, because honestly, as much as I like Ace Attorney, and I still will intend to play the rest of the Ace Attorney games, because I have to finish Investigations 2, I gotta go to Spirit of Justice at some point, and I do plan on playing that, and then I do want to play Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright. I probably will just play them on my own time. I don't think I'm ever going to do something like this again, because it took so long to even just do 2 of these. Like it almost took 4 years for the whole collection. So I'm glad I got this done. This is a done series and probably the last that I ever do something of this caliber. I still had fun for the most part. Again, I enjoyed the series story writing. A lot of it still was pretty predictable to me. Again, Strongheart being the main antagonist. I don't know. I don't know. Was it obvious to you, Justin, from the very get-go?
Maybe not obvious, but like I think definitely by the early on in the second game. Yeah, at the latest.
I mean that's fine. I again, like, I only have that inkling. The first moment I saw Strongheart, I was like, this guy is gonna be likely the big bad of the whole entire series. It felt like that, and I'm just like, I mean, even Mike said that he didn't trust that guy, and I was like, I don't want him to be the big bad, and then it turned out he was the big bad. Sash, but you know, it happens. But yeah, it's yeah, I think that's all at 2 cents. It is getting late, so Justin and I should have to get off pretty much now. I hope you guys enjoy the series. For those who have lurked throughout the entire time, those who have decided to catch up on the series, I don't know who you guys are in the future. I don't know if you guys really committed to that. If you guys did, wow, kudos to you guys. Because I think at this point there's like 30 parts of the Great Ace Attorney Resolve. Just Resolve specifically. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you guys so much. I'll catch you guys in another stream or remind someone else's. I'm not gonna raid. I don't know if there's gonna be D&D happening later today because it's already Sunday. But you know what? Hope everyone rests well. Thank you, Justin, for joining. Everyone have a happy Super Bowl Sunday, because this is the Super Bowl of 2025. You guys know what it is. It's gonna happen. With this game done, I will focus on other games like Digimon Cyber Sleuth, because I can finally focus on the longer-ish game. Or that and Bioshock, who knows? I got like other games to finish up. Trying to think of like any other words I want to say. Nope. I think that's mostly it. Well, anyway, good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you guys are. Rest up, stay safe, and take care of you guys. Thank you guys so much for dropping by. And everyone who dropped by, say hello and lurked, whatever. Just take it easy. And catch you guys later. All right. Have a good bye.
Bye.